Hola, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you this morning. As you know, as you see, mostly in the Pacific, we and put it in the washing machine and spin it. No, all we do, we wash it properly with water and then sun dry it for a few days, and then we pound it into powder, and then we mix it with water, as you can see. Who's the leader?
Chief, the black one.
Who's the chief?
Chief, the black one.
Take a seat. Oke, bentar sudah baru. Mother! Bula. Mother! Pawisan mo. Parang di mo may pawisan mo. Uwi mo rin. Wala.
Cool everybody.
Wala.
Cool everybody.
Hola. You know the difference between the bull, right? You know what covers, you know what covers do to will do to you. It will make you sleep. Okay, so
If they were asleep, no. After the conference.
no worries.
No sleep.
Yeah, it creates a more good idea. Normally it brings us more idea, new idea. We have another one.
Present at the conference. We are going to see you.
We have another one. For the
Enough for you?
our newborn babies with kava. Every ceremony that comes in life comes with kava, and even what we normally say, even you can get a wife with kava.
Okay, bring it on.
You know how? Normally, the man will have to approach the father, asking the father for dating her daughter with a so he'll present it to the father and say, I would like to date your daughter, so you can get a wife also. That's traditionally. And after that, will prove will be presented. So that's a little bit about kava. We have more about kava, but you'll have to do your session today. Amen.
Yeah. He has a documentary to start. I'm working too, so.
Hey, Bula, everybody! Bula. Somebody say Toyota.
Zoom.
Everyone, can you hear me from this? Now? No? Now you can hear me? No? We will find it. I will say Bula and Bula again until we find it. Now? No? No? Probably you will hear.
Make.
Now? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. They said tell me how we say in Fiji good morning. Yanra. Kalimera in Greek. Kia ora in New Zealand. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Dimitris Dimitriadis. I will be your moderator for today. And we are really happy that we traveled so far in order to be with you in the islands. Today and the next day, for the next 2 days, we will be together in order to understand digital transformation and how we can find a unique, unified voice. I will ask Mariana Tanaya from DCN to do the opening remarks. I want a huge round of applause, and we will continue.
Hi, everyone. Bula. Welcome to the launch, to the official launch of the DCN Pacific Islands Hub. It's such an honor to be here and to open this event. Especially following such a meaningful ceremony. I cannot feel my tongue, but it's okay. As Dimitri said, I'm Mariana. I'm the Communications Director of Digital Communication Network Global, as it's our full name. We call it DCN to keep it short. I would like to present to you who we are and what we do. We are a thriving community with over 18,000 members, professionals, coming from diverse backgrounds and industries. This network spans the globe with thriving communities in Europe, in Latin America, in Africa, and of course in East Asia and the Pacific. This global reach enables us to share ideas, to create opportunities, and also to build connections that go beyond borders. Our mission is very clear. We want to transform all the digital environments into spaces that everyone can learn, connect, and grow. And in DCN, we totally believe that by fostering these inclusive and innovative communities is essential and important, not only for the professional development of our members, but also for tackling societal challenges brought by digital transformation. And the next year, in 2025, we will celebrate our 10-year milestone. All these years, DCN has been at the forefront of digital communication, of digital trends, and emerging technologies. We have been there to observe and to predict the digital trends, and of course to empower our members by organizing events like this one, by providing virtual trainings, by conducting research, and also by creating our own media products. We think that all these activities are our platforms in order to discuss all the challenges and all the opportunities. Speaking of this event today, we are more than excited to be here. I would like to share a very short story. 1 year ago, in 2023, we organized the launch of our regional chapter in East Asia and the Pacific in Sydney. Some of you, lots of you, were there to attend this event. And I remember we had, of course, representatives from as many islands as possible. And I remember that in between the sessions, we discussed with Michelle, with Stella, with Ben, with Bilwa, with Mereoni, how important it is to create a hub, especially for the Pacific Islands. That is needed, that is essential. And here we are, 1 year after, in order to create this hub. Our hubs are like accelerators. It's the next phase of our regional chapters. We want to work closely, we want to accelerate projects and ideas, and for this, we need all of you. Before I close, I would like to thank our team, our colleagues from World Learning, who are helping us implementing again this event. I would like to express our gratitude to the US State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs for their generous support in making this event possible. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of you who came in Fiji, in beautiful Nadi, because your knowledge and your perspective are what make this event truly valuable and impactful. I will not take any more time. I will pass the floor to our amazing moderator, Dimitris Dimitriadis, in order to get us started. Thank you, and Bula Vinaka.
And we start with Kava, but we are going to start with the DCN way. So I want everyone to stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Great. And as you're standing, I want to turn like this, to look this way. Turn, 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 and look this way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I want you to raise your hands to go to the shoulders of your front and make a little massage to your, yeah, great, great. Do it, do it, do it. It will make you relax, it will make you relax. For the ones that are not getting massage, we are going back. So do it, and now turn on the other side, on the other side, on the other side. On the other side again and again, great. Yeah, please do it. In order to feel relaxed, to touch each other. Great, great. Now you can take your seats back. And we can start with the program. So, let me find, because Kava was strong. Okay, I cannot find my notes. It's so strong. It will load. So thank you very much for being here. These 2 days we're going to do a lot of discussions. We have very interesting keynotes. Many of you are speakers. We have also panels that I'm going to moderate. I'm going to do a lot of stuff today with you. So we have 2 brainstorming sessions. One today and one tomorrow. The brainstorming session will be like we're going to use a futures literacy tool, the triangle. Those of you that were with us on Sydney, you test the tool. So today we're going to do it a bit different. I have 2 ideas, and with Kava I will have more. But the 2 ideas is first to see if we can do it at the beach. Okay, you can applause for that, I know. Okay, thank you. And the second is to start doing with the help of AI, with artificial intelligence. So I will start with the program, if I find the program, but I will... Okay, great. So I want to call on stage Pua Hunter, in order to start with building a digital voice for the islands. What does it mean? He's director of the GFCE Pacific Hub on Cook Islands. Pua, are you with us?
No.
Oh, great. You want to speak from here? You want to go up there? Whatever feels... Okay. Did I got you on guard? You... Yeah. Oh, well, let's put it... Who can wait? Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. While we're sorting this out, we've had the traditional welcome. We had the DCN way, and I think I'd also like to acknowledge the Pacific way, divine intervention, if I could. So I'd like us to bow down for a little prayer. Tōpiri mai te mata, puri tātou te atua, tō mātou me tō atua, te ia mātou mo tō nā roro. Te aha me te kats nei mātou i a koe, ko koe apai mai a mātou ki te ngā i putuputuanga o ronga mai te kite, te marama ki a mātou. E a mātou ka rawe tā mātou, kimi marama i te era e apopo. Puri mātou te hero tu te ngō manota an tamai tiku Yesu Mesia, ki ora mātou i a koe. Amene. Thank you very much, everyone. Kia ora ana, pula vinaka, and good morning. It is an honor to be here with you, colleagues, experts, and friends to discuss the concept of a connected digital Pacific and how we can jointly shape our current and our future digital world. As Dimitri introduced, my name is Pua Hunter. I'm here as the director of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise for the Pacific Hub, as well as the advisor for ICT for the Office of the Prime Minister in the Cook Islands. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge and thank the organizers of this forum, World Learning and Digital Communications Network Global, as well as the U.S. State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs for the funds to support this forum. I want to register my appreciation to Alisa, Mariana, and Lard, and all the team for your efforts in coordinating and organizing for the participants from the Pacific Island countries to be represented here. It's great to see all of you. Some of you I know personally, and it's good to reconnect again. I'm also grateful to the team for the flexibility in accommodating my requests And I suspect you also had to deal with other requests from the participants. Thank you so much. It was also great to see the list of participants with their individual profiles. I think it's really important for us, and even seeing their pictures so we can make connections, build networks, and develop partnerships. To the team Pacific who were at the Digital Communications Network event in Sydney last year, thank you for your joint recognition of the importance of creating a unified digital voice for the region, from which I believe your recommendation inspired this forum today. You identified key issues that are relevant to our situation, and these include environmental protection, combating corruption, promoting transparency, digital democracy, combating disinformation, digital storytelling, and digital literacy. From these identified issues, you demonstrated your understanding of creating a seamless digital ecosystem where various technologies and platforms work together harmoniously to enhance efficiency and drive innovation. I am really looking forward to the 2 days of rich sharing and discussions around key elements that help us as individuals, that help us as an organization, and collectively as a community to leverage technology to improve our operations, our customer experiences, and our business models. I'm very much encouraged with the initiative to establish the Digital Communication Network Pacific Hub. Congratulations. I believe in breaking down silos and fostering collaboration that would unlock new potentials and create solutions that are more robust, scalable, and fitted to our Pacific context. Often we are pooled with Asia and classified Asia Pacific. However, we know that we are very different in terms of our geographic landscape and our traditional values and beliefs. And I think this is a great platform for us to address our unique challenges based on those unique characteristics that define us as the Pacific. To provide context, we are people of the ocean, divided into 3 diverse nation groups: Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. We have many, many small islands per country. We are navigators who follow the sea current and tides, and sail from one island to another within our own countries and from one country to another. Our population range from 1,800 in Niue to 10.5 million in Papua New Guinea. Our challenges are mainly connected to the ocean, which is our livelihood. I want to share a presentation, it's just recalling a presentation from a colleague of mine from Federated States of Micronesia some years ago in Japan. There were only a selected number of us from the Pacific. Most of the participants at that meeting were from Asia. When he presented the country profile of the Federated States of Micronesia, he stated that the number of islands in FSM is dependent on the tide. Of course, our Asian colleagues could not relate to this statement. And although we found the humor in the statement, we are also reminded of the stark reality of our situation with regards to climate change. So, back to the topic I'm speaking to. Building a digital voice for the islands, what does it mean? Well, I think building a digital voice is about growth. And growth in this context means you never arrive. It's not a place to reach. Rather, it's a pathway you walk. It's a pathway where you meet others, where you pick up others, where you interact. And I think we are on that pathway. Let's look at the regional level. The Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat has put together the collective vision area technology and connectivity. Leaders acknowledge that the adoption of new and emerging sustainable digital technologies requires effective partnerships and appropriate regional regulatory arrangements that respect the region's shared values. The thematic area also draws attention to the importance of disaggregated data and data sovereignty and more detailed information for improved decision-making while ensuring safeguard measures are in place. We know our challenges, and I believe there will be presentations and discussions throughout today and tomorrow where you will be honing in on those specific and shared challenges from your own diverse experiences. Excuse me. Let's look at the national level. In the Cook Islands, we launched our National Digital Strategy 2024-2030 last year. The vision is a digitally empowered and inclusive Cook Islands where technology enhances all lives, fosters innovation, drives economic growth and prosperity, improves social services, and protects our unique culture and environment while building a shared identity for our island home. It's a bit long, but it's really applicable. The strategy comprised of 6 priority areas: reliable, affordable, and high-quality digital infrastructure. That's number 1. Number 2 is building digital government capacity. Number 3 is shaping an enabling environment. Number 4, talent development. Number 5, fostering innovation. This is what AI had to say. Several Pacific countries have developed or are actively working on digital transformation strategies to enhance their socio-economic development. A few examples. Number 1, Fiji. Fiji has been implementing various digital initiatives, including e-government services and digital financial inclusion programs. Number 2, Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea is focusing on improving digital infrastructure and connectivity, as well as promoting digital literacy. Number 3, Samoa. Samoa has initiatives aimed at digital government services and enhancing digital skills among its population. Number 4, Tonga. Tonga is working on digital transformation through projects that improve internet access and digital services. And number 5 is Vanuatu. Vanuatu has been involved in digital agriculture and mobile banking initiatives to support its rural communities. These efforts are part of a broader regional push to bridge the digital divide and leverage technology for sustainable development. I must say that was quite impressive and seems like the situation. Of course, I leave that to the 5 countries to confirm whether that is indeed the situation or not. I further consulted AI on digital assessment, and this is what I received. Several Pacific Island countries have undergone digital assessments to evaluate their digital ecosystems and identify opportunities for improvement. The Digital Ecosystem Country Assessment, DECA, conducted by USAID, includes the following countries. Number 1, FSM. Let me see. FSM, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Marshall Islands, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, all 12. And these assessments help to understand the digital landscape, infrastructure, and readiness of these countries, providing recommendations to create a more inclusive and enabling digital environment. Again, wow, impressive situation provided by AI. And if any of you have any disagreements with what I shared, you can blame AI. From my perspective, there are already a lot happening in the region that is related to digital transformation. And it is, again, important that we are across those developments so that we are better coordinated and have more efficient use of our limited resources and funds. The GFCE Pacific Hub was established for the purpose of coordinating the cybersecurity and cyber capacity building efforts in the region so that donors and implementers are better informed and countries can be supported as needed with their specific cybersecurity needs. I think the Digital Communication Network Pacific Hub can have a similar role to take stock and coordinate the unified digital voice of the Pacific. Again, congratulations for the launch of the hub. Digital transformation is great and is developing very quickly, and we need to be aware of the threats and the risks as we build and develop more of our engagements, our interactions, and transactions on digital platforms. With that, the incorporation of cybersecurity in those digital developments is a must. There are many other issues that need to be addressed as well, such as data privacy and sovereignty, which is referenced in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which I mentioned earlier. To conclude, the digital space is here for each of us to claim and take ownership of, with a sense of responsibility for our own safety online. Every one of us have a part to play, whether it's business operations and commercial purposes, leisure and entertainment, education and learning. The efforts and resources invested in digital research and development are complex and ongoing. The conceived innovative concepts, plans, ideas, some of which were dreams, have been and are still being manifested and developed into reality. Digital developments are at its best when people like us across diverse sectors in the community realize the enormous benefits of the digital world and actively engage in digital literacy and the elements of digital transformation to transform business operations, social development, and entertainment, and even our own daily digital interactions and engagements. Thank you so much.
It's okay. Do we have questions? Someone? No questions? I see. I'm coming. I saw you. No? Okay. So, if we don't have questions, I want a huge round of applause in order to... And now I want to call on stage Lisa Williams. She will speak us about... No, she will be... Δεν θα πει καθόλου. Okay. So, we have a minor change to the schedule. So, Linora Leota, am I correct? Correct? Okay, yeah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. A huge round of applause for Leora. Bridging the digital divide, advancing connectivity for inclusive growth in rural and underserving areas. And this is the mic.
Good morning. My name is Lenore Leota, and I am from Samoa. And today, I wanted this presentation to be a little more interactive. I had a very long presentation, but then I decided after our dinner last night and advice from one of my colleagues, Michelle, she said, you know what, why don't you just go up there and talk about your experience? And the majority of the work that we do are in very rural areas of Samoa, hence why I said the topic, I wanted it to hone it in more into bridging the digital divide and the work that we do there. So obviously, this presentation will explore the connectivity initiatives in Samoa that are bridging the digital divide with a focus on rural, remote, underserved, and unserved areas. Firstly, I will highlight the current connectivity landscape in Samoa before I tap in and explain further about our three main initiatives that are currently very active and ongoing in Samoa and deployed within very rural areas. So the progress that we've made in connectivity in Samoa, mobile coverage, 97%, which is pretty good. Obviously, deployment of LTE networks by local service providers, the submarine cable, we have the Tui Samoa cable, the Manatua, and then a cable that's been there for a while, American Samoa cable. Obviously, government-led initiatives like the school connectivity Wi-Fi project that I will be discussing within the next slide is one of the few projects that is dear to me that I believe has made an impact in the community. Obviously, the challenges, and I'm sure it's not just specifically to Samoa, I'm sure the same thing happens too, and I suspect the rest of the Pacific. Challenges are high costs of broadband infrastructure, internet services and devices, obviously limited broadband connectivity in very rural areas. A lot of our rural communities do not have Wi-Fi connectivity, so other mobile technologies, obviously their phone is how they stay connected. And then, of course, geographic and environmental barriers are definitely an issue in remote communities. Now, the impact of these are the three main initiatives that I would like to discuss and go into further detail because it is dear to me and it is still ongoing, and projects that we've spent a lot of our time outside of the business that we do because it is very dear to us and because we see the impact that we make that, within these rural communities on a daily, it really invigorates us to go out there and continue to build relationships and network with so many of our partners to make it possible. The School Wi-Fi Connectivity Project was a project that was a brainchild from when when we were on lockdown during the measles epidemic in Samoa. So before actual COVID, before everyone was in lockdown during COVID, Samoa was in lockdown during the measles epidemic. And our school, the school children were, they were essentially not doing much of anything. There was no learning. So community leaders within very rural communities of Samoa, mostly Savai'i, got together and said, hey, what can we do to help deliver something for the students? They're at home, they have all this time, we need to find a way. That is when we, as a company, reached out to local partners. Initially, it was Pacific, and they were able to deploy 40-something sites, and we were able to affix those sites and implement those sites in local pastors, church leaders, because that's where typically we were able to affix these sites because schools were closed. So 42 sites in very rural, remote areas were where students were able to go and access connectivity and through schooling and just access the internet during lockdown. I will also that coincides with Pacific Code Project and the STEM games, because when you are in a rural community and you provide a resource, what do you then do? You just have the internet, so what can you provide students so they can learn? That is where our collaboration with Code Avengers came in play. How we utilize computer programming as a way to incorporate STEM and then STEAM teaching methods as a platform for kids to stay engaged and help them with their digital learning. So these two initiatives go hand in hand. So after COVID, the government of the day decided to pick up the initiative and made it their flagship initiative and took it on, and then affixed and contractually made it 120 schools via satellite connection, and now 120 schools have internet connectivity as of 2022, and as of just this year alone, early this year, another 20 priority schools were added on to this school Wi-Fi connectivity project, and now 140 schools have internet connectivity in Samoa. We anticipate that another 39 schools within the end of first quarter next year, March, the rest of the 39 would be affixed with satellite internet connectivity. The next connectivity initiative is the Community Connectivity and Digital Literacy Project. That was a project that was a brainchild from community leaders that wanted people in the community to gain some sort of literacy knowledge. Okay, now we're educating the students, the impact is great, they're receiving the information, they're eager to learn coding, anything to do with STEM learning and all of those methods. What can we do to help people in the community be digitally more inclusive? That's when we came together. We partnered up with APNIC, who funded this project for us, and partnered up with Google, Amazon, and Lighthouse to help us and provide us with devices, tablets, any kind of laptops that we were able to then take out and create village digital hubs within communities. Church leaders really step up, and of course, district communities is where we affixed our satellite dishes. And that's where we were able to provide workshops to 400. That number has increased because that was from 2022. We've since continued conducting literacy workshops since then, and I suspect it's probably closer to 1,000. A lot of the demographic of the people were very much half women, disabled, a lot of representation from the disabled community, and also LGBTQ were also very much part of this learning and digital literacy project. This project was picked up by a few of the ministries because they wanted us to teach a lot of their local district offices how to utilize Google Apps. How can we make work more efficient for them? Instead of getting on a ferry and going and, trying to find a way to present their reports or going to the office, they were able to interactively share through Google Docs, through Google spreadsheets, and have Google Meets to discuss a lot of the work that they do in the district offices. So that is how this project continues. And so all these three projects, I want to highlight a very important point, that it would not be possible without partnerships. It would not be possible without the school Wi-Fi project, would not be possible without the government making an investment and saying, this is an impactful project and we need it for the community. The Community Connectivity and Digital Project would not have been possible if one of the ministries did not pick it up and say, we need this so that we can continuously train, not just people that work within the district's office of the community, but people in the community that are eager to learn. The next one is Pacific Code projects. This is sustainable because pastors, Mormon pastors, Seventh-day Adventist pastors write to us and say, hey, we can provide after-school learning hubs, after-school study centers. Can you come? Can you provide this resource to our children? And that is how the Pacific Code Project and Samoa Digital Games came to be and continue within these communities, very rural, remote communities. Obviously, the challenges are probably not just unique to Samoa, but challenges that are like throughout the Pacific. Clearly, scattered islands make infrastructure deployment costly and complex. Remote villages in Samoa often rely on satellite and mobile solutions for basic connectivity. Clearly, remote villages in Samoa at this point are just relying on satellite connectivity. Mobile technology is just through their phones. Like I said, broadband services are not readily available there. And as I was talking to my colleague earlier, this notion that satellite technology is the end-all be-all, Starlink is the end-all be-all, yes, it is great. However, that should not be the only solution. A mixture of the two, broadband connectivity has to go to the rural areas. I get it, it's expensive. And pulling fiber to these very remote areas to connect one or two families doesn't quite fill up the bottom line for a lot of mobile companies. But the reality is satellite infrastructure can only go so far. It can only cover, a room of 20 people. Put it to a community of 100, good luck trying to get the same speeds and the same connection. We have to have another solution. A mixture of the two is ideal. Obviously, infrastructure vulnerability due to climate disruptions. And then one that is very dear to my heart, merchant services and connectivity challenges. Obviously, Samoa is a predominantly cash-based society, and I know the majority of developing island countries in the Pacific are the same. It's almost a cultural thing. We like to have money in our hands. You know, and I'm gonna read through the points, but I will also talk and explain and go into detail about my own experience just this summer, just in October and November, how we, unable to connect to make sure, makes international debit cards use difficult, especially due to limited banking support outside regular hours, Samoan people carrying large amounts of money in travel. If I can share my experience, I was just in Australia with a group of people, a very large group of people, and Australia and America is cashless. And the only two people that had debit cards was myself and another gentleman. I had an ANZ bank card, and he had a BSP bank card. Everyone had cash because obviously they were a more senior group of people. And we saw Krispy Kreme, and we were like, oh my God, went in there with cash? Sorry, we need a card. Needless to say, me and the gentleman obviously bought everyone Krispy Kreme, but that essentially is what will happen to a lot of our people, especially people in the rural areas, especially people that are not, are used to how they live their lives. They're just used to carrying cash. They're not used to using a credit card. They will be stranded. They will be left behind. Another example, we were in America. We were at an airport in America. One of the more senior gentlemen was having back issues, and we had to fly take another 5-hour flight across country, to another coast. And he needed to upgrade his seat to a first-class seat because he was having really bad back problems. Clearly, me and the gentleman, I had an ANZ card, he has a BSP card. Both of our cards were flagged because the upgrade was like $1,500 US, right? To first class. We were trying to half the bill, still it was flagged by our banks because it was too high an amount. I mean, $1,500, that's close to like $5,000 Samoan tala. Anything over 1,000 or 2,000, your bank will flag that. And this was after hours. There's no banking support in Samoa. You know what I mean? So I had to go into bank mail, send them a very descriptive explanation of what just happened to me and to this gentleman, and wait until they got back to me the next day. Thankfully, one of the members of the group had a family member that lived like 45 minutes away and was able to drive down and use their card to pay his fare. These are the challenges that we as developing island nations will experience in the near future because of a global economy that is becoming cashless. What do we do? And I tell you, I don't want any of my parents or grandparents to go through that because this was a very senior group. And I mean, if we weren't there to try to find solutions, to find a way, they would have been stranded. I suspect that New Zealand will be the same way. And the majority of our people migrate to New Zealand. The majority of Samoans migrate to New Zealand. This will happen to them. Thankfully, they will have family members there that will be coming to wait for them. However, cashless societies, we as Samoan people are not equipped, are not ready for that change. What do we do? This is an issue that I wanted to talk about in length because of the experience that I went through. It was a terrible experience. Okay, so strategies to address connectivity challenges, obviously expand mobile networks to cover rural areas, leverage satellite technology to connect remote villages, partner with NGOs and private companies to reduce costs, definitely train local leaders to sustain connectivity solutions. These projects would not be sustainable if it weren't for the local community leaders' eagerness to continue the projects, to learn, to make sure that their community members are engaged, that somebody learns and continues. So that is a very important and vital strategy. Lessons learned, obviously the importance of community engagement and cultural sensitivities. All of these initiatives can be tailored, training programs for varying skill levels. Like I said before, technology as a mix. Using satellite infrastructure and mobile technology to provide connectivity in rural areas is ideal. This notion that only satellite connection should be the end-all be-all should not be the story of the day. We have to make sure we make investments to broadband, to provide connectivity, whether it's LTE or 4G or whatever generation, we need to provide broadband connectivity in rural areas. Satellite connectivity cannot, as I repeat, cannot be the end-all be-all solution. A mixture of the two is ideal. And then expansion of satellite and mobile technologies, collaboration for affordable connective solutions. But the most important one, the last point that I want to highlight is point number 4, sustainability, partnerships with government and international organizations and NGO. None of the initiatives that I highlighted before is possible without these partnerships. The School Connectivity Project would not be possible without the investment of the government. They've taken this on as their flagship project. Community leaders that have continuously engaged us to provide workshops for people in the community. And lastly, Pacific Code Project would not be possible through APNIC. And that concludes that. So in conclusion, I want to say that connectivity is more than a technological goal. It's an enabler for equity and opportunity for rural and underserved communities, especially in places like Samoa. Bridging the digital divide can transform lives and open doors to progress. As stakeholders, we must advocate for continued investment in connectivity initiatives, no matter where we live. Together, we can create a truly inclusive and connected future. And that is
Thank I think it. So instead of questions, we are going to do something different. You are from different islands, so I want to ask you, how do you tackle this kind of challenges? What kind of solutions do you have in your islands? We will be here 2 days, so we need to start discussing all these challenges open. Do I have any volunteer to tell me how do you tackle these kind of challenges of connectivity in your islands? Anyone? Okay, great.
Sorry, this is a question I really needed to ask. That was a really well put presentation. Thank you for sharing. With the satellite, because you said it's not enough in the remote areas, how many satellites, Starlink, I think, is already in the remote areas? And have you trialed, like, how does it work for remote areas there? Yeah.
it's okay. So currently, under the school Wi-Fi project, there are 45 Starlink satellite dishes already deployed and working. It's working well. However, it provides connectivity within the class for schools within a specific area. I believe the radius for connectivity is 150 feet to 200, give or take, in order to tap into the Wi-Fi connection. But I say this because when we're dealing with a village, providing, obviously you would, if you would need to cover a group of 100 people, you would need to get a bigger commercial dish, clearly. But these are the smaller ones only pertaining to rooms, a specific area. That is why I say Starlink or satellite connectivity isn't the end-all be-all, because we need our people within the village to be connected. So, I mean, the higher up that number goes, the more you're sharing that speed. The less and less it becomes what it is. So I know this, as I've said before, it's a short-term alternative solution until we build networks and infrastructures that provide the long-term connectivity that we need.
Thanks. Great talk. Samantha Bradshaw, American University. I have a question because you talked a lot about the infrastructure to connect people from the cables to satellites to broadband networks. I'm wondering if there's also an additional challenge of like device literacy and even like accessing like laptops and computers and mobile phones. Is that a challenge for these remote villages too? And how do you think about these connectivity challenges?
Yes, there are, and like I said, through the community connectivity project, we partnered up with Lighthouse, Google, and Amazon, and they have been providing, they've donated hundreds of laptops and tablets. That's how we're able to sort of man these digital village community centers. and provide the students, provide the people with these laptops. That's the only way we can teach them and create these workshops, if we provide that. Without that, I mean, we've got a service that we can't obviously teach without them, yes. So it's, like I said, through partnerships and them donating these devices to us that the community are able to utilize this resource.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you for your presentation. My name is Andre from Niue Island. I just want to ask the questions, how does the role in partnership in regards to the regulator office, how do they involve and what's the function and how they provide this for your digital connectivity? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So the school Wi-Fi connectivity project under the regulator, we would not be able to deploy satellite dishes in Samoa without the approval of the regulator. Without the regulator as the middle or sort of like between us and Starlink. As you know, individuals within each community can't just have like, here's, you can purchase, Starlink is now open to Samoa. However, there is a specific way where through the regulator's office, certain projects like this have to go through so that to limit any commercial reselling of connectivity or any sort of piggybacking off of Starlink connectivity. So the projects that we're able to provide has to go through the government, and that is through the regulator's office. So it is with conjunction with the regulator's office that we were able to get a provisional license to work directly with Starlink to deploy this many sites. We would not be getting this many dishes without the regulator's office knowledge. So the ease of movement and the ease of these projects is possible through the regulator's office. So no one as I last heard, everyone has to take their satellite units to the regulator's office, have it registered, and then they're able to use. So nothing goes to Samoa, or like no Starlink kits are able, or people aren't able to use.
Suddenly saw a rise of image-based abuse, and for such a small Pacific Island community, it's very awkward. There are traditional and cultural things that are kind of taboo that just come out into the public, especially our young girls who are always, mostly women and girls, who are always the victims that you can see in image-based abuse videos and photos. So my question is, or just a reflection question for everyone, is that should we advocate for what the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, which is another program that I'm working with, they have a twin track approach, saying that if we're gonna finance physical, digital, and internet infrastructure, we ought to also have money and budget and a plan to do the online safety and the cultural and social impact of these infrastructures. So I don't know if that was a question or just a comment.
No, I agree with you. When you provide a resource to a group of people, a marginalized group of people, and you open the doors up for them, they're open to a lot of vulnerabilities, and that is a fact. I have my colleague here from Samoa as well that does cybersecurity, and he will get into that. But yes, these are investments that we need to, and Samoa's barely scratched the surface, especially people in rural areas, not quite there. I mean, like I said, yes, the issues in Palau are not are not limited to Palau. We have exploitation of kids, of women, the same way in Samoa. I guess there was a government initiative where they wanted to go to the local dominant service providers and have them sort of flag pornography or flag certain things. But as you well know, big ISP or mobile service providers, that is not something that they will do. That hinders their bottom line. So a lot of these initiatives that are done by to sort of limit, to sort of censor this, has not worked. Education in this field is important. However, we're barely getting there. And that is another issue that we need to discuss is cybersecurity. How do we educate? Because we're barely just scratching the surface of digital literacy. How do we get them to know that they can be that they will be exploited with this resource? And we're far, far away from getting to where we need to be on that. So it would be an investment by the government. It would be investment. A lot of consultation would have to take place. You know, a lot of smart individuals would need to come in and formulate some sort of initiative to roll that out. But the commitment would have to come from government or someone that has the funding for it.
Hi, Elaine, Justice Specific. I was a former educator, so I would like to actually support what you are saying when it comes to digital literacy, and I'll take you with a real-life example when COVID took Fiji, and we had massive lockdowns, and I was heading the science department in a Catholic school, which was a rural school. And the challenge my department, in fact, the whole school had to face was to ensure that our students had to sit for external exams. And because if you teach in a rural school, not every particular place has connectivity. That's why I very much agree with you. So the school had to come up with initiatives to ensure that our students got the best out of everything. So we used Google Classroom, we used social media, we used Messenger, but there were students who did not have access to internet. Some of their parents did not have the money to afford tablets or a smartphone. So we had to work with the village headmen. We had to print things out, ensuring that we do not breach anything, maintain the distance, put on our gloves and mask and everything to ensure that the lesson notes went to the student. And then it was carried by one of the allocated staff who had to take it to the villageman, and he had to ensure that students sat at a distance, and then it was disseminated to them in their language. Now, that is how we managed to get across and get a good pass rate. Post that, when I joined Justice Specific, I work with women from underprivileged communities, and one of our projects was helping this lady who was a tailor. I met her by chance, and she was quite upset because she was so talented, but her work was not being marketed out to the country because she had no knowledge as to how to design a logo, how to take pictures of outfits that would, give you that glam that you want. And we worked with her for 90 days, helping her, and then we launched her thanks to Vodafone, who sponsored it. But yes, I very much agree with the fact that we need stakeholders, we need sponsors, we need people out there to help the generation from the dinosaur era to understand that this technology era is pretty easy, but we need people to help them. This is what this lady told me. I'm very much from the dinosaur era. I do not know how to use a smartphone. People from that era actually feel a bit upset because they will think, oh, this person is going to think low of me, but it is a fact. And that is what I get to hear every day as a social worker from people. And I believe that in this forum, if we know how to do it, we need to help them. We need to collaborate. We need to work with NGOs who work with digital education in the communities to get the message across. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you. Our issues are not so vastly far apart. We as a global Pacific community share similar challenges.
Thank you for the presentation. I think This is a very good presentation for us in the Pacific that want to follow the same journey as well. I think I'm from Solomon Island, and I work with the Ministry of Health. And I think this is one of the projects that we are trying to implement as well. The rural connectivity integrating education with health. So we're trying to implement the same strategy as well. And thank you very much. We will learn a lot from the presentation. I think what we're looking at is what you shared as well, trying to do Wi-Fi, internet, broadband, and trying to see and integrate all the system that we have in the country, which is what we learned today is very important because I think it will be, we're trying to kickstart the initiative with funding from Gavi and Bennett Institute in Australia that we're planning to implement in 2025. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Like I said, a lot of these projects are scalable throughout the Pacific.
Talofalava and Bula. Good morning to everyone. I'm Sotena. I'm from Samoa. I'm a cybersecurity consultant as well as a digital
That's our
transformation
cybersecurity expert.
consultant. I think the answer we're looking for is right on the board there, unified voices. I think we've learned from the presentation that we need to hear our people. Our people need to voice their concerns, their problems, and their needs. And that's where the problem is. We're not hearing a lot of the community. What do they need? Maybe they are voicing their concerns, but is it getting to the leaders? And that's maybe the other problem. Are we selecting the right leaders? Do we know who are the heroes that can deliver solutions? Because we select them. They may be good as leaders, but in the digital eras, you also need to understand where digital can take you. So there are many problems. One of them is the logistics cost of digital to the Pacific. How can, maybe through DCN, how can we create a centralized or unified digital logistics system that minimizes the cost? Like, if you're going to put up a tower, 50% of that tower is logistics cost. Right. Before you put that tower up, it's already got a cost on it. Before it leaves the port of any country that it comes from, the Pacific's already paying the percentage for those. And then we are forced to pay for that 50% by our population. And our population doesn't understand that 50%. So we need to ask them, do you need more digital? Or do you need to be trained so that the cost can come down? Because if you look at all of the Pacific nations, most of them, maybe 20%, 40% are connected. The other 60 to maybe 70%, they're still unconnected. And because of our geographical location, that's not our fault. We grew up in beautiful islands that are located in the middle of nowhere, centralized with a lot of the oceans that we have. So I think there's no real one solution that fits every nation. I think we need to contextualize it to what we need, and then looking at where we fit in within the regional context, so that we can value our voices together as a Pacific or Blue continent in terms of the global stage, because we're the ones that are paying for licenses that we really can't afford. Like, if you ask a Pacific Islander, would you rather pay $300 a year, US dollar, for your Microsoft license or your Google license, or have your children starve and only eat noodles all year round? They will choose the latter. They will choose to, survival is better, and digital will be the last thing on their mind, but we can't choose that. And I wanted to ask the question, do you see symptoms of the Pacific getting left behind digitally? Because our population, I think it's already left behind. The generation that we're always forecasting is 20 years from now, so meaning that we've left behind already. We are digitally, there's digital poverty in our countries. We're still trying to get to the levels that all these other countries are, but we'll never get there. No. So that's the question I want to ask today. Are we at the point where we can still catch the digital bus, or we should just let go and maybe look for a bottle of water somewhere?
I mean, I will never say to let go, because that isn't. However, we can find solutions. We are Pacific people. We are innovative. We are survivors. We have a way to find that niche, to find that thing to get us connected. So trying to keep up with the rest of the world, I was just talking to my colleague, for example, cashless. Why? Why do we need to be cashless? Yeah, in Samoa, in the Pacific, we're great. The rest of the world, I almost bet you anything, it's a profit-driven thing. They want to come back to cash because they've lost their ability. They've lost their ability to have control. You know, we are great. In Samoa, in our way of life in Samoa, we're absolutely great. Getting outside of Samoa, that is the hindrance. And we as a people, we will obviously thrive. We will find ways to survive. However, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet. You are an innovator, so many of us here from Pacific, we will find ways to keep up with the ever-changing global economy. I am very much optimistic about it.
This is why we are here. So, any last, okay, I have 1, 2. I really like it that you're starting.
Yes, sorry. This is not a question. This is just an answer to the question that was just raised by the Samoan guy. I don't think. Oh, sorry. I don't think the Pacific is left behind. I mean, for Fiji, for example, the technology here is growing. For example, Vodafone and Biza, I think 80% of the people here in Fiji is using mobile money. They no longer use cash anymore. When you go to the shop, they just scan their phone. And that's cashless society, you know. And the technology is growing in Fiji. And public and private partnership is really important, I think, for technology. We have innovators here who are creating solutions for the Pacific, including myself, for example. I think that's something we need to push more for the government, is to support Pacific innovators who are trying to solve solutions like internet connectivity, trade, e-commerce, and logistics. But I want to encourage everyone, we are not left behind. We are catching up with technology. It's just a matter of time where I think now is the right time for us to start our innovations and everything, because the internet is getting better. The connection is getting better with Starlink. There will be more innovations coming up. So now is the time for us to start going with technology.
Thank you. I'm Brian from the Solomon Islands. And I think the bigger picture here is how do we connect ourselves as Pacific Islanders. Of course, we have technology. The infrastructure is slowly beginning to expand, including Starlink and our ISPs as well, fiber and all those stuff. But then I think we need to look more at how connected we are. And it's good we have that technology in place. My friend over there, Akanesi, has a platform for e-commerce for the Pacific. We need more platforms, not just like the Pacific Island Forum leaders. We also need a platform for us, the Pacific Islanders. And so that's what I think it's still lacking. We can do that in e-commerce or probably our own social media, or just ride along on the social media that's currently existing. But those ones are huge. They cover the globe, and they might not be customized to the Pacific. And being a connected Pacific means customizing our own connectivity in whatever technology and platforms that we can customize to fit our context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. We have one more.
Thank you. I'm Heman from PNG. I used to say Papua New Guinea when I leave the Pacific, but now I realize that I'm in the Pacific, so I'll just use PNG. Everyone will know. Okay, so thank you for sharing. just this December, I wanted to go and install a community Wi-Fi. So I called the people up and I said, do you have a computer? They said, yes, we have a computer. And so I went. It took us 12 hours to get there. The fastest way and easiest way to get there is by helicopter, but I don't have that money. So we had to get 3 Land Cruisers, put the cargo in, the gear in. There's no regular power, so we had to do satellite plus communication for the backhaul through Pacific. So everything that you mentioned is what I experienced. After installing, we said, okay, bring your gadget, and then only one person came with a smartphone in that community. So the challenge is there. Just recently, our data core, the government department that's looking after the backhaul connection in the country, decided to do a tower for the district. So that will help in the sense of getting multiple carriers to host their equipment on the tower. I think we will have more, if 5G comes in, we will have more towers in PNG than the trees, to speak. So that's why I like that initiative. But we're still a long way to go. I like the idea that you said to bring the community leaders on, because I got the school leaders to come in. But when I arrived at the school, I realized that if the community leaders are not in there, then this project will never get off the ground. So at the moment, I installed 5 sites, there's only 1 working. The others, their computers could not work, or the guy could not understand me when I call him up and say, this is what you need to do to get it running. So training is also important in a sense. So that's our experience trying to get. From the community Wi-Fi side, there's 42 that went up before not the recent election. No, the recent election is. Members went in and installed it. After that, when they got into government, they forgot about those sites, so they're all dead. So my project is to find how do we sustain those. And as you said, it's a cash society there. So to pay Pacific, we need a card. So I'm still working on how we're going to do that to get through. So thank you.
Right, so are you still deploying Pacific satellite dishes, or you've incorporated Starlink in there as well?
Starlink, in PNG, Starlink is a battle with the carriers. I found out that the carriers don't want Starlink in there, so they took up some things. So it's in the courts at the moment. I can't say anything.
Yes, I would recommend for weather issues, because we have a lot of experience with Pacific, and due to very heavy rain, the connectivity is not so great. But through Starlink, we've had very minimal issues when it comes to weather conditions, heavy rain, high winds. So yeah, hopefully that works out for you guys.
Thank you. Pula everyone. My name is Norman and I'm from Vanuatu. I work for the telecom regulator. I also want to say our experience in regards to community networks and how we sustain them. So with the regulator's office, we initiate a program called CTG, Community Telecommunication Grant. So we support schools and communities providing internet through FISAT, and now Starlink is in Vanuatu. We also use Starlink. So one thing we designed that network is we assist the sustainability for the bandwidth for 6 months, because we also deployed voucher system. So within that 6 months, we assume that they should, get some revenue out of that. And after the 6 months, then they can sustain that side. So that's something I want to share. And for everyone in the room, and also in the Pacific, since we have connectivity issue.
On a community level.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that.
1, 2, okay? Sorry, ladies first.
Hey, Sam again. I'm wondering if you or any of the other Pacific Island states have any concerns over, Starlink being privately owned and kind of the only company that's competitive and able to provide satellite access. Like, is this a concern? Would you want to see more competition in this space? What are your thoughts?
I clearly want to see more competition. I welcome, I believe, Amazon's Kuiper, dishes coming out. I mean, they're coming out with something similar, because competition is great for the people, drives prices down, and the gist. So I'm open to competition. Like I said, I feel like Starlink is like that hot girl in the room that knows she's hot, you know what I mean? And knows no one else can top her. So I'd like someone else to humble them, if humble that hot girl. So more innovative satellite connectivity, I welcome.
Thank you, Bulavinaka. My name is Ashutosh. I'm from Fiji. Just a question on the digital literacy side. How much is it a challenge to get the digital literacy and digital connectivity that is accepted by the community? Because we have a cultural and traditional things where the villages of the community do not want to open up. We're working with this initiative, this Smart Village initiative. I think this was also deployed in Vanuatu. So we are doing this in Rotuma. And so if you know, Rotuma is an island far, far from Fiji, right? But it's part of Fiji. But they have a very closed community, and they do not allow much to come in. And that is a challenge that we're facing, that for the digital literacy side, we do like, the government wants to initiate, connect them to the grid, but they're not interested much in getting connected because they don't want to open much to the world. So yeah.
Right now, from a digital learning aspect, the Code of Vendors, it's on a more private, it's not integrated in the schools yet. We provide this digital learning platform or these services when the community leaders, in this case, the private church leaders, the Mormon bishops, they write to us and they say, hey, we want that coding program, utilizing that computer programming and integrating STEM and STEAM as part of your learning methods to be integrated as part of our after-school program. A lot of these church leaders have created their own study centers, and they've invited us to come in and offer. That is the only way we're providing that service. Clearly, they have an idea of it. We run the program through them before the children tap into it. The engagement and the impact to the students is like outrageous. It's great. The eagerness to learn is there. On a ministerial level, all we're teaching them or doing workshops on are Google apps. You know, how to make their work more efficient. Google Docs, Google Spreadsheets, Google Meets. Those are the apps that we help them navigate. So it's on a very sort of surface level of digital learning, basic. But I anticipate all of these digital learning obviously is pre-screened, and we give the leaders a little tutorial, and then they have to approve. It's not like, hey, this is an open learning and we're just gonna give you information. So I suspect it's sort of the same for you. So right now it's just on a learning type of before it becomes something bigger.
Yeah, just a comment. We are here for the digital voices, right? So I would like to see for the Pacific build an app market where we develop local for local, local meaning regional local, but building it with our own people. Like, how do we develop developers that build our own tools so that we can be more sustainable? Because most of the tools we're using, it's cross-border. We have to cross across. If those networks go offline, we are also offline. So just want to see if we can build those app markets for the Pacific.
There's a challenge for us. Let's go innovate.
Super. Any last comments? No. So a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. It's okay, I will. Did everyone scan the QR code? Everyone respond to the QR code? Super. me just 1 second. Because I want to take a picture with this QR code. I did like 26 hours to get here. So, and I'm trying a new system, not cashless, luggageless, because my luggage is lost. So I will try to take a picture with the background. Oh, okay, great. And one with all of you, but I want to make some noise in order to make it a video. Come on, come on. You can start. Yay! Now, okay, we have still, I want to find the guy that lives there. Where are you? Where are you? I'm living in an opposite island, TCP. So let's move forward with our next keynote, the Pacific leading the way in the digital economy. I want to call Stan Wolfgram, MNZM, Cultural Sustainability Entrepreneur, CEO, Drum Productions.
Kia orana, malolele, vigets. My name's Stan Wolfgram. Nice to meet you all. Actually, that little story from our Fijian brother about the kava wife made me think of a little story myself when I was in Samoa. Actually, sorry if we're bagging the Samoas too much today. But yeah, actually, I wanted to go on a date with a Samoan woman, so I ended up making an appointment with the family. And I had to meet the father first, which was really nice. So I met the father, but then he passed me on to the mother. I went, okay, it works like this. So I went, met the mother, and we were able to arrange a date. So then I showed up for the date, ready to pick up the daughter. Out came the mother, jumped in the car. Out came auntie, jumped in the car. Daughter got on the back. Then we drove to the restaurant, and who was at the restaurant? The rest of the family. So we call that the Pacific Way. Very much the Pacific Way, which is very much about our what we do. So we're very much about the Pacific Way. Yep, my name is Stan Wolfgram, and of course the Pacific Way, I start with my parents. So this is my mother, and my mother is a Cook Islander, and my father is Tongan German. And we would go to these meetings, actually, and the Tongan meetings, all the Tongans are sitting down nice and formally. I go to the Cook Island meeting, and they're all ukulele and rah, 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 rah. So a bit of a difference between the two cultures. For me, so I was born in New Zealand, and I was brought up in the Pacific. And for me, our playground was the ocean. A couple of examples of our playground. This is a little bit of fishing for us before we go for a swim and after the swim. And this is kind of one of our little pets that we play with. We give some presentations around the world, and they talk about playgrounds and the danger of a slide or a seesaw. And I go, well, these things can kill you, and this is what we play with in the Pacific. So a bit of the Pacific Way. I formed a production company over 30 years ago called Drum Productions. For us, our mission statement, to provide for Pacifica people a valued voice in our own backyard. Our focus is Pacifica storytelling. We empower people through story and provide opportunities for talented and collaborative others to do the same. Us, what we do, so we tell the Pacific story to the world. Theatre, film, television, major events. We work with national, regional, global governments, corporations, etc. We create and deploy business models to impact social economic development. We educate, bring awareness of the Pacifica story and its values. to impact positive social economic change. So we're very much about Pacific, the value of the Pacific story. Everything from documentaries, live events, corporate, Pacific. Festivals. So for us, they're all platforms that we use to tell our story, and very much digital platforms. For us, track record, so we're a credible business, we've been successful, we've had numerous awards. But for us, we talk the talk, we walk the walk, we make things happen. And when it comes to happening, a lot of our discussions that I said, we do a lot of presentations around the place. The biggest issue for us moving forward is the state of our ocean. So today I live in the Cook Islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Why? So I can have the legitimacy and credibility to share the people of the Pacific's most important story, the indigenous story of the Pacific Ocean, Moana Pacifica. The story of the world's largest ocean, an ocean in crisis, a story important to all oceans of the world and all who live on our planet. Again, when we talk to people from around the world, we like to try and help them understand exactly where we're coming from. So to help others understand, I like to bring them to where we're from. So our last presentation we were doing in Geneva, we wanted to understand, or them to understand where we were from, and the fact that with our planet, where I had travelled from to get to where they were, I'm not from India, and I'm not from Australia, but I'm actually from the blue continent. So 72% of our planet is water or ocean. That's where I'm from. And I'm from the middle of that ocean. And it was my ancestors that got us there. And I'm from Rarotonga in the Cook Islands. And so this is my home. And as you can see, there's the runway there. So we have a saying that sometimes when the plane lands, the island tips over. I think it's the same with Niue too, isn't it? So this is my home, and then I'm from the ocean, and I'm an ocean person. And that's very much where my people are from and our community are from. And these are the issues that we face. We're very isolated. We're ocean people. Presentations, we do, again, we have these conversations with the likes of our leaders at the Pacific Forum. Again, we've had the discussion again in Taiwan, which I think speaks to the geopolitical situation for us in the Pacific, which is very important. And the biggest thing that we like to talk about, or what we feel has traction in the Pacific, is innovation. And so for us, our discussion was around climate change adaptation solution. For us, the solution was Te Ara, which is the model that we've come up with. Social Innovation Project, Te Ara Museum. To put things into context, again, the conversations we're having with people, to put into context. The challenge of innovation in the Pacific region, small island developing states face a range of challenges, which I'm sure you all know. Size, isolation, vulnerability to external forces, limited resources for adaptation, resilience, limited access to global markets and capital, as well as IT challenges, from access to affordable, reliable connectivity to digital literacy. COVID, climate change have accelerated and stressed our economic landscapes. Regional Pacific consensus has determined new ways to do business are needed. New ideas, innovation, entrepreneurialism need to be ignited to catalyze this change. But how can this be done in a challenging Pacific region? This is where we proposed Te Ara, a social innovation climate change adaptation model piloted in the Pacific nation of the Cook Islands. Again, to give a little bit more context about the Cook Islands. So for us, snapshot, economy of the Cook Islands, based 70 to 80% GDP is on tourism. Minor exports, tropical citrus fruits, manufacturing are limited to fruit processing, clothing, handicrafts. As in many South Pacific nations, the Cook Islands economy is hindered by the country's isolation from foreign markets, lack of natural resources, natural disasters, inadequate infrastructure. We've tried to rectify this through exploiting tourism, offshore banking, mining, fishing. These have only partially stimulated investment and growth. This is an example of what happened to us during COVID. So you see COVID, Cook Islands GDP growth rate 2019 before COVID, plus 5.3%. In the middle of COVID, our growth rate minus 29.1%. So we're talking about the vulnerability of our communities in the Pacific region and the reason why we need to diversify. Again, factors that aren't strange to us, but they are strange to those that are partnering with us. Impacts of climate change. The Pacific is the most vulnerable. We are the most vulnerable population cultures in the world when it comes to climate change. Sea level rise, warming oceans, cyclonic weather, food security, freshwater loss. Issues for us as developing nations are trade deficit, heavy reliance on imports, limited economic diversity, heavy reliance on a single economic resource. For us in the Cooks, 75% on tourism, limited investment opportunities. But there's always a way out. So for us, solutions. So our solutions around grow a sustainable economy, diversify the economy. Again, we need to talk to our governments, diversify those economies, grow new ideas, use local knowledge and local resources, grow innovation, be strategic, form partnerships, share knowledge, use global networks via the internet, digital economy. Evaluating the strengths of others. So Cook Islands and other Pacific nations. Others are in the same situation. Partner with them for collective strength. Leverage the geopolitical power, UN votes, New Zealand realm nation, 18 Pacific Forum members, the vast ocean commodity, marine resources, leverage climate change opportunities, leverage global reach via the internet, the digital economy. Summary, Cook Islands. So we need to grow our economies, new sustainable ideas, innovation, collective of partners sharing resources, global resources, digital economy, leveraging opportunities, ocean resources, climate change, geopolitical alliances with Pacific sovereign nations and regional stakeholders. So for us, our situation is true, but for us, there are pathways out. A lot of it comes down to partnering, but also understanding your environment, your ecosystem, and how you can leverage that ecosystem, and using the likes of the digital economy, et cetera, to do that. So for us, how to create a platform to do this. I think someone mentioned about platforms, and so we agree, and even as Pacific people, platforms make sense to us. So we built a platform in the Cook Islands, and this is Te Ara. So it's an innovation hub. We built it in 2017, and it's where our community can come together. So as far as that platform's concerned, so we have two levels within our strategy. One level is around our national innovation program, and then our second level is our regional and global innovation program. So on a national level, Te Ara considers its Pacific Island context to generate income and be financially self-sustained. So we're self-sustained. We make our own income, we make profit, and we invest back in our community. So it's a multi-layered social economic development solution that promotes local, regional, and global innovation as its core driver. For us, there is no one solution. So we're not there to be one solution, we're there to catalyze many solutions. Even business, our philosophy, our foundation, doing business, business acumen, culture and community, the environment, all considered equally bring sustainability. So we use that as our business model, and that's what we promote with our partners, etc. on our Level 2 Regional Global Innovation Program. So the success of Te Ara is coupled with a strategy of active external engagements in 4 focus, what we call big picture sectors. And then we leverage off those big picture sectors. And those big picture sectors are ecotourism. The second one is agricultural plus. So it's about adding value to the agricultural sector. We look at doing that through traditional medicines and natural cosmetics. There's crossovers with that in food security, etc., and climate change, and around health as well. Our third sector, digital literacy and digital equity. For us, it's about capacity building. We platform that on digital storytelling, which crosses over to culture, etc. And our last big picture sector is around ocean conservation. So this is our model, and our business model and how it works. So we do our day-to-day business, which is a museum, marketplace, and cafe. We sell coffee, we make profit, we pay our bills. We have no debt. We have no mortgage. Everything is paid off. We generate business, and you can see the revenue we make. Then we come into our capacity building, our MSMEs. This is so we can impact on trade deficit. Capacity build our SMEs, use local resources, local knowledge. From there, we make revenue from them. So we have an open door policy. We work with everything from our farmers up to mobile app developers. We use the internet to bring the knowledge in, to capacity build them. We're not a government agency, so we can say no. It has to be feasible, it has to make sense. So we work with our MSMEs here, and we take a percentage of their earnings. If they think that they're doing really well, then we'll invest and take a percentage of the business as well. 2 revenue arms. The third one is our big picture projects. So we seek funding for those, and then from there we take a percentage of revenue out of those as well. So that's pretty much our business model. This is how it works. So Te Ara Innovation Project, we're financially self-sustained. We're an innovation hub. We're 24/7 on the ground and relevant. So we're not fly in, fly out, which is what a lot of these different development initiatives have been. We're there, we're relevant, we work with the people, we derive income. We mentor the MSMEs, we produce locally made ideas and products for local and export trade. We develop them for local consumption, we develop them for export trade. We have our own physical marketplace and plus our own e-commerce marketplace. We're also an Indigenous historical museum. We educate visitors as well as our local youth, so we can engage with our kids as well. How we service community, so we work with the community, public conference, teaching space, Starlink. Starlink's just been a game changer for us and our community. Before, you guys heard of Blue Sky? Yeah, we used to have Blue Sky. We said Blue Sky because it only worked when the sky was blue. So now we have Starlink, and it is a game changer for us, price-wise, connectivity, speed, etc. And we're able, it just boosts us for learning and trade. Mentors, markets around the world, etc. Also, our building is green, so we're a green building. Take the water off the roof, we're solar powered, LED, septic waste goes into our garden system. We have a disability toilet as well. We use everything compostable, so we're green. And our building is actually cyclone rated to 270 kilometre winds. So we're a cyclone shelter for our community as well. And I suppose for us, when we built it and all the ideas, as I said, we try and think in a specific way of what's actually going to serve our community and help our communities. These are the big picture projects that we look at. So it's active external engagement in 4 big picture sectors. For national, regional, global growth, reiterating Te Ara hubs in other Pacific nations will strategically amplify all hub benefits. Hubs in key major cities will open direct trade pathways to international markets. So this is kind of our big picture. We've built Te Ara, it works, we have all the metrics behind it, and this is what we'd like to do. So we'd like to build more of them throughout the Pacific. Share best practices, share resources, and then if we build some in big marketplaces, then that's access to international market as well. These are not that expensive. What we built is actually a cow shed, and we've just modified that, so it's a steel building. It takes about 6 months to build, and it's turnkey. Once it's built, turnkey, then you open the doors and it makes money and it brings community in. Our measure for success is our community. If our community's there behind us, we know we're doing well. So we did. We spoke to our leaders during the Pacific Leaders Forum. And it was our opportunity to introduce them to Te Ara. This is Te Ara that they're in at the moment. So they all loved the concept, and they all agreed that they would want a Te Ara. And we know for a lot of them, though, a lot of communities don't have that money. So what we needed was the endorsement of our leaders. Then we can go to our donors. Because the first thing our donors ask, does your country leader want one? So we were happy to get the endorsement from our leaders. And again, just some of the big pictures, a little bit of example of what we're doing. Ecotourism. I mean, you might know TripAdvisor. So for us, with TripAdvisor, reviews from over millions of TripAdvisor travelers place this winner in the top 10% worldwide. So we bring our visitors in. So what we actually are is that we're a museum that tells our Indigenous story. And then people come in, they go to the museum, and they leave through the gift shop. And the gift shop was where they buy their goods, they go to the cafe. The gift shop was full of products locally made, only locally made, and then the cafe is made from local farmers, etc. So we prove the concept works. Traditional medicines, natural cosmetics. So we've got products already out there. We're working with another person around just the commercial side of it. Our strategy around this is to record our stories from our elders before they pass away, so we can preserve our knowledge. Our second part of the strategy is to give that to our people for free, all that knowledge. The third side is commercializing it. That's our strategy around cosmetics. This is our digital literacy, digital equity. So for us in the Pacific, we face the same problem. We don't have the capital, we don't have the expertise, we don't have the technology. So how do we capacity build our people? So we came up with an initiative. Who has the knowledge and who's willing to share that knowledge with us? So we looked at the film industry and we thought we could platform digital storytelling as a way to capacity build our people. And that's around preservation, language, heritage, and culture in the digital format. And so we came up with a crazy idea, and this is the idea. I'm the cheapest talent that's
action. The people of the Cook Islands need to learn more about telling their own digital stories and create jobs for the family by letting everybody know they're the film-friendliest tropical paradise in the world. Cookie Wood. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to bring 8 teams of filmmakers in from all over the globe to help us out. Tell stories about our beautiful islands to share with the world. Straight up, all you have to do is write a 10-minute piece that you can shoot and deliver in 7 days. Pick 3 of your best film buddies, grab some gear, and we'll look after the rest. Flights, accommodation, transport, cast, props, whatever it takes to make your film. I got plenty of help. Mum, my cousin, the Prime Minister. In fact, the whole island's on board because we just want to learn how to make great films. Sorry, can't bring you all down though. It is a competition and only the best 8 scripts will be selected. But if you do want to come for a visit, feel free to come anytime. So, 7 days in the tropical paradise of Rarotonga, with 3 of your best film buddies, sound, camera, editor, you directing, all expenses paid for, all production done to make a finished film? Oh, come on, fill out the entry form. Da-da.
So for that, we got just under 2,000 entries. documentaries from around the world. And they went from everything from students to Hollywood blockbuster producers. And for us, what it did was obviously, we actually built a curriculum, which is a 3-month course on filmmaking. It's open for our local community, and we use the scripts for the short films to capacity build our people. And we train the international filmmakers how to make our films. So they come down, we're the executive producers on these films. They make Cook Island films. They bring the latest technology, etc., and they're able to teach our people. And then we put Cook Island films out there. It's great for tourism. So partners, obviously geopolitical partners, all got involved in this one as well. We're running it again right now, and this time it's funded by the European Union. So, and it's digital, it's global. Once the films are made, then they'll go around the world and promote who we are, promote our issues. For us, we make 6 films. We're able to make films on adventure, etc. But also we made 2 social impact films, which were on domestic violence for our community. A couple other little things. So we actually...
我正在拍摄动作。库克群岛的人们需要更多了解如何讲述自己的数字故事，并通过让所有人知道他们是世界上最友好的热带天堂之一 ，Cookie Wood 为家庭创造就业机会。那么我们要怎么做呢？我们将邀请8支电影制作团队来讲述关于我们美丽岛屿的故事，与世界分享。简单。
Okay, that's Mandarin.
Jag rullar och action. Cooköarna behöver lära sig mer om att berätta sina egna digitala historier och skapa jobb för familjen genom att låta alla veta att de är världens mest filmvänliga tropiska paradis, Cookie Wood. Nu, hur ska vi göra det? Jo, vi ska ta in 8 team av filmskapare från hela världen för att hjälpa oss berätta historier om våra vackra öar att dela med världen. Rent ut sagt, allt du behöver göra är att skriva en 10 minuters bit som du kan spela in och leverera på 7 dagar. Välj 3 filmkompisar, ta med utrustning, vi tar hand om resten. Flyg, boende, transport, skådespelare, rekvisita. Allt för att göra er film. Jag fick massor av hjälp. Mamma, min kusin.
Part of that strategy, we signed an MOU with the New Zealand Film Commission. We went to New Zealand and said, you've got mountains, rivers, streams, but you don't have a tropical location in your portfolio for your domestic and international clients. So we said, what about the Cook Islands as your tropical location? So we signed an MOU with them so they'd promote the Cook Islands as their preferred location. It's a $4 billion industry. We just want a slice. We want their stories that are made in the Pacific. So there's always kind of economic drivers in our strategies as well. We're talking about sustainability, so that's financially self-sustainable. Again, we take control. It's not about people coming using us as a sweatshop. It's about us actually driving these things. You might even see it with Moana at the moment. That's out there. It's breaking box office. Those are Pacific stories. So we want to leverage those opportunities for ourselves. Ocean. This is the biggest story for us as far as ocean's concerned. It's the thing that unites us all, and it's the biggest story globally, state of our planet, climate change. And for us, we're approaching this in a digital way as well.
Kia ora, malolele, my name is Stan Wolfgram. I'm a Tongan Cook Island German, born in New Zealand, and right now I'm here in the Cook Islands. I'm a Pacific storyteller, and for me, telling the Pacific story is how I can help preserve my culture, preserve my identity, how I can help serve the Pacific community, allowing them to identify who they are, where they come from, etc. So for us, our voice is very important to us, and it's very important, the voice that we have within our ocean, our Moana Pacifica. For us, we say, I am the ocean is me. And at present, that ocean is in a terrible state. With climate change, plastic pollution, acidification, rising sea levels, the state of the ocean is really at a point of crisis, and have we gone too far? So in the global conversation around the ocean, what my colleagues and I find that there is a lack of Pacific voices. I mean, our ancestors were the first to settle the Pacific Ocean. We call them the voyagers and navigators, the wayfinders. Yet today, in the global climate change conversation, there are very few Pacific voices in that conversation. For us, we've lived here for over 5,000 years. The knowledge that we have, the values that we have, we feel we can contribute greatly to the global situation of climate change and the state of our ocean, if only we had a voice. Which is why we created Moana Pacifica. Moana Pacifica is the opportunity for us to have a voice in that conversation. We don't have all the answers, but we can be part of the conversation. Moana Pacifica is a way to reach other people around the world and tell a different story. I think we've all heard the negative story. Our story for us is about why we love the ocean. We need to become more aware of the ocean, what it means to us, the value that it has for us, but also what has to change is the way that we think and feel about the ocean and how we act about the ocean. We're about awareness, and we know that we can reach people all over the globe through this app, Moana Pacifica. And it's about sharing, because only together as a collective, that's the only way that we can make a difference, is together. My connection to the ocean is very special for me because I feel it's part of my DNA. It's part of who I am. When I talk about myself, I am a Pacific Islander, and the Pacific Ocean is my, it's where my culture, where my heritage lies, where my ancestry lies, and where the future for my family lies as well, for my sons, is in that ocean. So the ocean for me is very much in my heart. And I know as a Pacific person that my duty is to serve that ocean as that ocean serves my community, my family. And so that's my path for the future.
So it's part of our ocean story, part of our ocean strategy. So with this strategy, we were able to bring partners on board, and our partners were global. We were able to bring these partners on board specifically because of COVID. We were engaging in the US, and COVID hit, and these guys were all shutting down. But before they shut down, we had discussions with one of the organizations, which was Bass Pro Sports, Bass Pro Shops. They had a big aquarium there, and their big aquarium, which is in the middle of Missouri, was a Pacific aquarium. And we went, wow, amazing, you got a Pacific aquarium in the middle of Missouri. What's the story behind that aquarium? And they introduced us to the marine biologist who started telling us about the fish and all this kind of stuff. And we went, that's great, but have you heard the story of the celestial navigators and our ancestors in the ocean and the whales and our etc.? And so we told them that story, and they thought it was an amazing story. COVID hit, they shut down, and that was the end of our conversations till they called us 2 weeks later, and they said all these major organizations in the US were all shutting down as well, and they wanted a way to connect with their customers. And they asked us if we would share our story with their customers. So we developed an augmented reality app, and that was shared with all of these customers. We developed a character named Mana Moana Toa, who took people on a journey, and Mana was up against Smokey the Bear from US Forestry. So we know there are partnerships out there, there's value in our story, etc. Our main strategy now is the mobile app is only part of our strategy. Our main strategy is actually a touring exhibition. So when you talk platforms and we talk about voice, our thing was building our own platforms and taking it to the doorstep of those stakeholders and decision makers. So our thing is to build this exhibition and take it around the world. So we were actually we've been through museums around the world. We wanted to bring together a collection of our Pacific artifacts and to tell our story. We approached the museums, they said no, and we said we don't want the artifact. We want to 3D scan it and 3D print it and put the collection together that way. We had talks with our carvers and we said, what's the difference between the real artifact and a copy? And the carvers pretty much said, if you can recite the whakapapa or lineage from the original to the copy, then the copy still has an element of mana within it. Then we can pass that on to our storytellers to bring all those artifacts to life wherever they sit around the world, Paris, New York, London, etc. So it was a way of taking our stories to the rest of the world. And the museums were 100% were on board with that. So that's the strategy. That's where we're sitting at the marketplace. We're out there now trying to raise funds for this. And it's all built on AR, and it's all built on projection mapping, etc. We want people to have the experience that we have of being under the water or in the ocean. So we've been working with the likes of Weather Workshop and other organisations around the world of how we could do this. And these are really concept photos for us. So again, in summary, sustainable socio-economic growth via diversification of the economies, innovation is a key driver. Te Ara Innovation Hub provides a platforms for sustainable ideas to be ignited, developed. The need for collective solutions are coming together collectively. And for us, we're in the marketplace. Just pertinent to this discussion today, we need uniformed platforms that support innovation, capacity build digital literacy, equity, access financial support to foster networking and partnerships. Te Ara is a working example. And we're not saying, we're looking at partnerships, which is, it's a return on investment partnership. It's not about handouts either. And there are many people we can go to, so it's not like we're handing out or asking handouts for anybody. We want to do business and partnerships. That's it. So, me take mata. Thanks for giving me 30 minutes of your life.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question, one comment, something, one partnership, maybe. Anyone? No? Okay. So, thank you very much. I can sign up to be an extra for the next movie, something like...
I was going to say thank you to you guys for giving me a slot before lunch. So, yeah, good luck to those after lunch.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will sign up for the movie. So, now we have a panel. We are going to discuss about digital transformation and digital governance. I want to call on stage Calvin Ziru and Michelle Zerawi, if I say it correct. Zerawi, okay? So, this is the part that you clap. So, come. I will do it myself. I will bring this up. And, sorry. Two. Don't be shy. So we will start with the introductions. So,
good morning, everyone. Morning, Olgeta. Bula. My name is Michelle Jerawai, and I'm with the Department of Information Communications Technology, PNG.
Good morning. My name is Calvin Ziru. I'm the regulator for telecommunications in Solomon Islands. I apologize for the way we look. We didn't imagine we'd sit on chairs like this. Maybe we should have exercised before the conference, but otherwise, thank you very much.
I can bring a different chair. We can fix that. We can fit. Okay, or a table. We can find a way. So, I will start with the first question. Can we have someone to get the laptop from my team? Anna? So, the first question is a question about strategic vision. We saw that there are a lot of conversations on how we do it and how we try to foster connections and to collaborate to each other. So I want to tell me, what is your vision for digital transformation in the Pacific, and how do you see this vision aligning with regional efforts in order to build a unified digital voice? I can say my opinion first.
Okay, maybe I could start off. First of all, I would like to define digital transformation and digital governance. I believe if we know what digital transformation is and governance, then we can be able to discuss more on that. Now, digital transformation is referred to integration of digital technologies. And digital governance refers to the framework and policies that guides an organization and manages its digital resources, risk, technologies, ensuring compliance, accountability, transparency is in place. So the vision of the Pacific, the Minister for ICT, PNG, Honorable Timothy Masiu, and a few other ministers for ICT, they attended the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, conference in Bucharest, Romania. And we're talking about the One Pacific unified voice. We don't have that at the global stage. So I acknowledge and appreciate all the presentations made this morning. We discussed about a lot of challenges that we face together as One Pacific. Now, how are we going to address those issues and concerns surrounding us in the Pacific at a global stage to have that voice, which we don't? So during the Romania, the Bucharest conference, the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, Minister for PNG, Honorable Timothy Masiu, was there with the other ministers. So they took a break from that conference to have a side meeting to come up with a solution. How are we going to have that unified voice with the vision of addressing the issues that are affecting or concerns us in the Pacific? So that's how PNG hosted the PNG ICT Ministers Leaders Dialogue, and then the ministers, Minister for Pacific ICT Ministers Forum, which a declaration was signed, and that's called the Lagatoy Declaration. If you would like to know more about that, you could go on our website, www.ict.gov.pg. You'll be able to access that document. Now, in the Lagatoy Declaration, it's an agreement 13 Pacific Island countries signed that declaration. 4 joined us online and agreed to that declaration. That's Federated State of Micronesia, Tuvalu, let me just confirm. So yeah, others were present and they signed the document, and the 4 joined us and agreed to the declaration. Now that declaration is like a unity, it's an agreement that in the Pacific, we need to work together to come up with that one unified Pacific voice so that we can have that voice to address our issues at a global stage, to be recognized, at least to have a response from. So that's the vision. Papua New Guinea took lead in that with the rest of the Pacific Island countries.
Thank you. I think that's a very impressive overarching response to the question. I think my response would be from the perspective of the regulator and even regulators within the region. One of the things that I see within the issue or the challenge and the demand for digital transformation and digital governance in the Pacific is that we are, of course, one Pacific, but many different countries. And we belong to very different economies with different priorities and different levels of development. And I think that in itself is a major challenge for us when we look at the question of how do we navigate our nations and our economies towards not a single goal, but towards a shared goal. And at every meeting that we attend in the region, I am always conscious of where we are positioned as Solomon Islands as a country. We are very conscious of our size and our economy, our population, but we are also aware of the leaders in the industry and the leaders in the sector, Fiji, for example, Papua New Guinea. And we're also aware of where others fall behind, small island developing states and smaller neighbors. And even from the presentation that we had today from Ms. Leota and Mr. Wolfgram, we're very, very conscious of their own developments as Samoa and Cook Islands. And the question that I would often ask myself is, why are we not there yet? Or what else do we need to do? And I think for us, that is one of the major challenges in terms of how do we develop strategic plans that are not only collective or common between us, but how do we strategically align ourselves so that we are all able to grow? And I think we see that in different sectors, in different industries. When you're talking about fisheries, for example, when you're talking about developing the economy, when you're talking about sports even, there's this demand for a collective approach towards advancing all the nations. And in this industry, it's very unique. And from a regulator's point of view, perhaps maybe because you belong to an industry that is competitive in nature, not only within a single market, but also between the markets of each country that we belong to. And so you are competitive in nature, but the demand on the regulators is still the same. How do you create the environment that allows for competition, for growth? And how do you develop the environment that allows for advancing the desires and the capacities of not only just the government, but also the people? And I think that's a very, very important point to take when we're developing strategies. For Solomon Islands, our strategy as a regulator fits into the greater overall government strategy, which is basically to grow the digital transformation and digital governance policies that we have. Our own contribution would be through the development of policies and regulations. But there are other areas that require much more closer attention when you're talking about the developments of the technologies, when you're talking about educating our population so that they become more digitally literate, and including technology training and digital technology training within the schools, incorporating it within the governments. Those would be the challenges that Solomon Islands will have. I think a final comment would be one of the things that we see amongst the regulators is that the regulators still are their own entities and their own bodies. Amongst our own different countries, there is still very little collaboration, very little contact and connection. And only very recently have we seen a greater desire to engage more strategically between regulators. And that example is seen in Starlink, for example. When Starlink entered the Pacific market, all the regulators were responsible for licensing them. And each one had the obligation, not the obligation, but felt the responsibility to get in touch with the other and to ask them, how did you license this? What wordings did you have? What terms and conditions did you put in? What was the difference in your environment? And I think that's an example of the kind of partnership and collaboration that we can all improve in our own individual nations and in our own individual, and in this region, that will greatly advance our capacity to support digital transformation and governance. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I want to go, because we touched the regulation part, and I want to ask, how do you think that can Pacific nations balance the need for innovation with robust governance in terms of digital transformation strategies and regulations? What kind of regulations do you think? Any comments you can?
For the Solomon Islands, the regulatory regime is underpinned by a principled objective, and that is the development of the Solomon Islands people. So a lot of the decisions that we make is underpinned by that particular principle. And it seems like a very broad principle to go by and to make decisions according, but so far it's been the principle by which we've made most of our decisions. Yes, we look at the issue of competition, we look at protecting the markets, we look at inviting and introducing new technologies, but the decision ultimately is based on what do the people need in terms of connectivity, in terms of bridging the digital divide. And that's been the reason why we have had the confidence to license and allow not only Pacific but also Starlink, for example. Our Starlink journey started about 2 years ago, where we were able to have discussions with them and then introduce the possibility of licensing them to our operators. And we discussed it at length with Solomon Telecom, with B Mobile. We also discussed it with the cable company that we had. And slowly over the last 2 years, there was a lot of uniformed consensus around introducing Starlink, for example. But when we did finally license, we've seen significant disruption to the market. And you have the kind of disruptions where we expect some casualties with some of our small ISPs. But there is also a lot of positive response from the people. And when you have a situation like that, it's quite important for you to have an underpinning, principled basis by which you make such decisions. And for us, it would be the need for us to connect the Solomon Islands, the people. The majority of our people, 80% of our people, live in the rural, and they remain unconnected. And even those that are connected in the rural, they're really supported by those who live in the urban centers. They are the ones that pay for their top-up, pay for the internet connections, and so forth. And so our hope is that we will be able to share not only these priorities with other areas or other actors within our own market, but also eventually see a more collective and cohesive growth between our organizations government, regulators, the operators, and those who wish to enter our markets.
Great, thank you very much. So, Michelle, after connectivity comes digital literacy. So, what steps can Pacific nations take to enhance digital literacy and empower citizens to actively participate in this digital economy?
Thank you, Dimitri. To answer that question, in the Pacific, due to geographical landscape and the 1,000 tribes we have, like for Papua New Guinea, we have more than 800 languages, if you don't know. We have over 1,000 tribes. If you talk about dialects, that's a different story. Now, digital literacy gap is, there's a literacy gap in the Pacific, and how do we educate? How do we, there's needs for more awareness on that. So with all of us participating here with DCN, I'm grateful that DCN is coming up with programs like this. It's part of capacity building. It's where we come and we learn from one another. We learn what's happening within and around Pacific. And we come up with ideas where we can help each other in respective areas of growth. So I would say digital literacy gap is big in Pacific, and there's more to do on that.
And one more, as regards security and resilience, we listen to comments like, okay, we connect our communities, but because they don't had the media literacy, we had incidents. So how can a regional collaboration like knowledge sharing or policy guidelines can improve the resilience of digital infrastructure, but also of cyber threats? It's for both, you can.
I think that's also an area that we differ from one another in terms of where we sit, in terms of the legislation and the legal frameworks and the policies that we have in place. I know some of the countries that are present here today already have relevant legislations relating to cybersecurity, for example. And other countries, even like ours in Solomon Islands, we lag quite far behind. Not too far behind. We only have just launched cybersecurity platforms in 2017, and the drafting instructions has only just been started working on. They've only just started working on the drafting instructions this year, for example. So I think in terms of security, I think the Lakatoi Declaration, the forum leaders, not secretary, the forum leaders, and even intergovernmental relationships that we build is quite important for us to be able to achieve that. A couple of months ago, I think in August, October, Solomon Islands Minister for Communications led a team to Papua New Guinea where we were able to visit different sites that they had. We visited the government. They had launched e-government services. We looked at their data centers. We visited the operators. We also looked at how the regulators did things. And it was quite important because that trip was not only the minister going, but there were also a number of operators as well as the regulator attending. And it was an important way of going about such a trip because collectively different parties, even within our own countries, need to be able to see the same thing, believe in the same thing, and therefore work towards it collectively. And I think it's exercises like that, if we were able to support it within the regions, Melanesian countries, but also within Polynesia and overall within the Pacific Island countries and the nations, that'll be great in terms of not only just collaboration and partnership, but in terms of motivating the kind of change and the pace for change that we need to all have in our nations.
As regards the role that international partnerships play in supporting digital transformation. What steps do you think that Pacific nations must take in order to open up to more international partnerships? We heard before that the Cook Hollywood style, or what do you think in terms of international partnerships and how Pacific nations must be open on that?
I will not speak as the department, but my own personal thoughts. I believe in collaboration and partnership, and the only way to be successful is to work in partnership. So if we are open to ideas, I believe the step to take is initiate what you can and look at the gaps. That's where international partnership comes in, and the sustainability of that, passing on the knowledge. That's what I believe in.
Thank you. I think international partnership is very critical. You may or may not know the Solomon Islands is currently really milking the geopolitical issues that we currently have. We've switched from Taiwan to China since the election of the government previous to this. And that's allowed new, not only opportunities, but it's given, we've become that, there was a description given to, sorry? Yes, oh, well, maybe not meat in a sandwich, maybe, there was a reference to the sexy girl in the room.
Okay.
I don't know. Yes. Oh, sorry, hot girl. Somehow my mind's hot and sexy, maybe that's inappropriate language. But anyway, so we've intentionally or unintentionally found ourselves to be the center of the attention and so forth. This is a couple of years back. And what that's allowed our leaders to do was intentionally or unintentionally become the center of attention for infrastructural development, including telecommunications. When Solomon Islands wanted to build their submarine cable using Huawei from China, the Australians interjected and demanded that they were the ones who built it, so they built it for us. And then Huawei has now gone ahead working with China to build 200 towers for us under the National Broadband Infrastructure Project. And so in terms of international partnership, that's what's currently happening for us. And we find ourselves always going in between meetings like this and then having backroom meetings with any number of international partners, including government representatives, on what they can do for us. I think what's very, very important is that we borrow the sentiments that were shared by Stan Wolfgram, that the countries of the Pacific, their leaders and their people must take hold of the leadership and must make sure that they chart the course and navigate the way in which their countries develop, especially in telecommunications. And I think it's an opportunity for us to do that. And of course, I don't speak for government in that sense, but I would like to see a lot more strength and confidence on our own to be able to say, these are the areas that we have identified as being the priorities for our country, and these are the areas that international partners can really support us in. Until then, we will see what we are seeing now, which is 6 towers built by Australia over there, 4 towers built by Taiwan over there, and then China coming to build 161 towers. And according to the map, this tower will be here when in fact we find that it's actually in the toilet of the pastor's house, like those kinds of things. Yeah? And so there needs to be a lot more control given by those, including the regulators, as well as the other parties. But overall, we must be strong and confident to chart and chart the course of our own growth digitally in terms of transformation and in terms of digital governance. Thank you.
So, two final questions. One is I heard a lot names about private companies like Starlink and Huawei and all. How do you think that is it possible to strike a balance between governance and people and regional organizations and the private sector to work together in order to build a unified voice, and how we can measure that. Michelle, also for you, what do you think about the?
I believe it's important to work together. It's important for government to work with other governments, government to work with businesses, and government to work with citizens. Now, it's all about coming together and share ideas and talk about the common, what is really important. Then we can be able to identify how we can all work together for the benefit of the country and the community as a whole. So I believe it's important that the government work closely with private companies, work with entrepreneurs. Like what is happening in Papua New Guinea now, we have an ICT cluster. The government is working closely with ICT cluster. We're working closely with PNG, University of Technology. There's a lot happening in that space. And we have a digital government plan 2023 to 2027. And there's a government stack that we're prioritizing in there. So I believe it's all about working together for the benefit of the country and the society as well as the region Pacific.
The last question that I want you both to respond is, if you share one lesson, one thing that everyone in this room will understand and bring home, what is the number one lesson that you learn from your part of the island? I know it's a difficult question, but
I think I'm not sure if it's if it can be considered a cliche, but no man is an island, and I think that's really, really critical for us. Even though, ironically, we are all islands, but I mean, we cannot operate in isolation of each other, and I think that's very, very critical for us as a region. And how we go about achieving that, that's something that we need to map out. We need to trust our leaders to map out and trust our people to be able to participate and engage in. I think as a final remark before I hand the mic over is for Solomon Islands, I don't know, my other colleagues will be able to express their own views, but we see what is happening in the region and the growth that is taking place, even amongst your schools, your governments, a lot of the programs that you've been alluding to in regional conferences this year have spoken about advances, leaps and advances in your own transformation and digital governance story. And I think for us, there is a real demand for some islanders to be not only better positioned, but to really run with the ball in a better way. For example, and this is a side example, we've known of the differences, for example, between our schools and other schools within the region. If you look at woodwork in Samoa, for example, they are taught to, they're given coconuts and wood and are told to design something, create something that you can use at home. So they come up with very innovative, creative designs of ornaments and things like that. In the Solomon Islands, that same year would still be studying hacksaw, chainsaw. These are the types of saws, these are the types of hammers. So our education is way behind in terms of innovation and creativity. And I think someone should be responsible for that. And I think that's the demand for those of us who are here from our country, to be able to not only to learn, but to try and identify how we can actually not just fine-tune, but activate our capacity to be part of the journey that you guys are all part of, to be part of that particular process, improving policies, improving regulation, but also improve in our ability to attract international partners and attract those who are proponents of the different technologies within telecommunications.
Great, thank you.
If I can just support what Kelvin said, I would like to suggest a way forward for us here, DCN Global, is I would like to suggest after the 2 days workshop and sharing of ideas and all this, if we can put a report together. The thing is, we don't have a one unified voice. So if we can put a report together, that's how we're going to work in partnership. Every one of us put together our thoughts, our reports, pass it on to your government rep. It goes to the office of Minister for ICT or the department, so that all this can be addressed at a higher level during the Pacific Island ICT Ministers Forum next year in New Caledonia. So I would like to suggest if we could all work together, and this is what we can contribute to ensuring that our voice is heard up at that level. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause. Now we have a coffee break for 30 minutes. It's just in the balcony, and see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
especially during the wartime. So indeed, Ukraine has a large persistent against Russian cyber attacks before war and during war now. And we have lots to share because there are like large-scale attack we had on our energy grid, on critical infrastructure, on Ukrainian governmental services. So, and we are trying to deal with it and to be resilient. So there is experience have the underscore importance of robust policies and regional collaboration. And today we turn our attention on the situation on the cybersecurity situation in the Pacific Islands and the region. And while the situation in Ukraine might be a bit different, right, I believe that many lessons as resilience, collaboration together is the thing that is really common to all of us. And I'm honored to welcome again Mr. Calvin Zero, the Commissioner of Telecommunications Commission of Solomon Islands. So his experience will provide us valuable insights about the unique cybersecurity landscape in the Solomon Islands and in the region. And hello. So as I previously mentioned, the attacks on Ukraine and other countries demonstrate how global cybersecurity conflicts have cascading the effects on the smaller nations and countries, and how big and damaging it can be. As mentioned before, just a few words what happening like in Ukraine. We had lots of cyber attacks like in Europe starting, maybe you all know this. In 2007, we had very interesting case starting in Estonia, that Russian attack, the cybersecurity attack on Estonia infrastructure and everything, like banking, governmental institutions, health, medical centers stopped working for a couple of days. Then in Ukraine in 2015, the Russian criminals again attacked the critical infrastructure. And 2017, they launched the non-PETA virus. Maybe you heard also about it. Again, this huge damage that cost Ukraine a lot, and 230,000 people being without any electricity. We had lots of attacks from China cyber actors, and we had from North Korea. And it's so difficult to deal with that. And my question will be, the first question, the Pacific Islands have faced unique vulnerabilities due to this geographical isolation and resilience of external connectivity. So could you provide, please, an overview for us of the most pressing cybersecurity threats that you had and faced by Solomon Islands and the broader Pacific region? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. I think firstly, before I attempt to respond to that question, I'm very, very conscious of the more experienced and expert personnel and individuals that are here today. I've already, even in the last panel, heard about the different experiences that they have with cybersecurity. I don't want to admit that I was also curious about being the single member attending this particular panel, but I'll do my best, and I hope you'll be able to give me some grace for whatever answer I'll be able to provide. I think to the question of cybersecurity, as you heard in the room, there are different levels of enactment or implementation over the different cybersecurity policies and laws in the Pacific. For the Solomon Islands, we are still at the stage of drafting our own laws. And it took us some years to put together a cybersecurity platform. As was mentioned in the discussion in the previous panel, we may have overlapped it with digital transformation and digital governance policies. But the final drive right now is drafting instructions gone to the Attorney General's chambers for the compilation or the drafting of a cybersecurity bill. It took some time for the working group responsible for that to even define cybersecurity. And I think that's one of the major issues as well for Solomon Islands. I alluded earlier on to the different levels of not just literacy, but education that we have in our country that explains why there may be different understandings of what the whole notion or the concept of cybersecurity is. And to be fair, if you look at or even ask different government departments or different leadership within the public service or even in the private sector, they will have different levels of appreciation for cybersecurity policies and cybersecurity laws. And of course, there would be different levels of urgency. And so if you look at the drafting instructions for Solomon Islands right now, it focuses on computer forgery, computer-related fraud, and then the bulk of it focuses on child abuse material and child abuse material offenses, looking at child sexual abuse, bullying and harassment, and infringement of copyright, and aiding and abetting is just right at the end of it. And the rest of it looks at procedures. And so for us, technical assistance and support is really needed, not only to understand what it should look like for us when we're developing this law, but how it relates and connects with other frameworks around the region, and of course, with regions such as yours that is a lot more advanced and a lot more developed.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the legal framework are really important. We have even mentioned in Estonia in 2007 when this cyber attack happened. Estonia started working with the NATO countries, and they collaborated on a Tallinn manual. You know, like it's a huge, great document on cybersecurity, and there are lots of global documents on tackle this issue. But we are now talking about this bold thing. We've been hearing a lot with great experts on cybersecurity issues from the state actors, and they mentioned like big actors like China, North Korea, Russia, but also there are also we mentioned like cyber criminals, which are just trying to commit like fraud and target civilians. And in these terms, like switching a lot more like for this aspect of the education on the cyber hygiene education among civil society here in the Pacific region, in Solomon Islands, and education for young generation, and again for everyone in the region on the cybersecurity, because we know now with the development of artificial intelligence and those sophisticated technology, we have huge threats and sophisticated threats, cyber threats from just criminals like a phishing, malware, especially phishing. You can easily use any like ChatGPT or for a similar simple stage and ask him to write a very convincing email, like as from your friend or colleague, to ask for money, or even worse, we have voice cloning. Have you heard about voice cloning, all of you? There are different platforms, like one of them, I think, in the 11 Labs platform, but you can use only 30 seconds of your voice or voice of your friend, and it can easily be you, like it's like identity, stealing your identity, right? And it was a case in UK when a huge company, energy company, they received a call, the manager of the company and this headquarters of the regional company received a call from headquarters in Germany from his boss. And boss been asking for urgent to send a huge amount of money to this account. And they actually did it because they thought it's their boss, the CEO of the company, and it was a fraud because the criminals, they used the voice cloning of that person from the conference, like we are here, and change it, and they actually called, and no one even noticed because it was a similar voice with the accent, with intonation. So now it's really, really difficult to detect with those sophisticated technologies. And these attacks like a phishing or malware, they're crazy. And a question for you, how do you have any educational program on cyber hygiene, cyber resilience for civil society, young generation? or what your thought about it? How to deal with those difficult and sophisticated threats?
Yeah, I think if I can answer it by first and foremost giving some sort of general thoughts around the threats that you've experienced and that you've shared. I think it might be wise for us or our countries to look at cybersecurity threats and challenges as inevitable, and therefore threats that we should prepare for them. So the whole notion of being prepared or what level of preparation I think is important for us to bear in mind, especially as governments and those who are responsible for the development and implementation of policies and laws. But there's also the argument that there is very little being felt by a lot of people within our own countries in as far as the effects of cybersecurity or even the threats that you've experienced. I think earlier on this year there was a major cybersecurity issue where the world went offline. We had no idea that the world went offline, except for some of our students or youths who were upset about not being able to access Facebook and TikTok. But besides that, most of us carried on with business as usual. And I think that's the level of attachment that we have to the world. So ironically, it is still being disconnected to a certain extent that prevented us from feeling the full brunt of the effect of cybersecurity threats and dangers that many countries, even within the region, had experienced at the time. And that kind of explains where we currently are. My colleagues might be able to elaborate on it. My position is, or at least my point of view is, and it might be rightly or wrongly so, is that we are still yet to even fully appreciate what our cybersecurity framework and legislation should look like, let alone the related aspects of cybersecurity, including education, digital hygiene, and all the sorts. Solomon Islands' entry, or at least knowledge of internet connection, was simply by mobile phone. You know how some countries in the 80s or 90s, you had computers within your families and your schools, and then people started to learn about typing and computer at their own homes. You had those big, massive Mac books, and you were able to develop your appreciation for what this whole thing is. We only came into connection through the mobile. And so right now, even in the Solomon Islands, that's the main means by which we have access to the internet. And so you're talking about the same level of access, whether you're a member of parliament or whether you're a villager. Your access is through your handset. And so the demand for everyone to learn and to be educated is across the spectrum. I hope that clarifies it.
Yeah, thank you. That really clarifies. And it's really important to have this understanding of some core important things on cybersecurity for everyone that we've been talking. Like, I'm talking about my country because I live there and I know the aspects. And when we talk people that please be careful about everything you read or received, or like receiving like strange emails or messages with some links, don't click to any link, just check it. And that's important to have it everywhere, there's some understanding. But also that problem we have, and I'm interested about your situation, that we have, we are educating people, but also we need well-educated cybersecurity specialists. And this is also a huge problem for many countries because, I mean, the level of education to educate a good cybersecurity specialist who will be willing to work for a governmental institution. And this is crazy because many good, well-educated cybersecurity specialists, they go to work for private companies because there's like more money to get, be honest. And like in Ukraine, we also had this program about how to encourage, how to involve a great specialist to work for the government, because we have the critical infrastructure. We have our governmental institutions that are weak to the attacks. So what about your situation? How do you educate and where you get all the cybersecurity specialists, and what is your opinion on it?
I think for us, we need the international partnerships that we have really to tap into those whose area of expertise it is. I think that'll be a better way to go. I know that we also need to develop our own internal capacities, both within government and within private sector. But you will be surprised how many people, even educated people, fall for those emails and even those Facebook friend requests and so forth. And I think maybe it has a lot to do with the context within which we live, because people are desperate for opportunities, have very little going forward for them, and even the slightest promise of, if you send me an email for $300 million, I probably think it's a scam. But if you invite me for $10,000, I'll probably respond to it more favorably. And I think that's the challenge for a lot of us. And you see it from those who are members of parliament even, and leaders within organizations who are excited about the fact that there's possibly opportunities for them to be able to gain, just to have a little bit. A couple of weeks ago, a cousin of mine from the village messaged me and said that he's getting a laptop, a phone, and some package. And he asked me to pay for the DHL fee for it. So I asked him, where did you order it? And so he apparently told me that somebody from Dubai had invited him over and said that he was going to send him these things. So I said, do you have the tracking number for DHL? And he didn't. All he said is he had a picture of the cargo. And so so he sent me a picture of a cargo, and it wasn't even a good one. It was just some cargo with Australian aid on it. And then in front of that cargo was a cutout box. And it's not even one of those ones that cuts it out properly. It's basically a square cutout and paste in front of it. I had to Google search the image to show that it was for Hurricane Winston or something like this in Fiji. So even a totally different, but it really burst his bubble, and I think that bubble burst for him, his mother, his wife, and his family, and everybody else that was looking forward to the laptop and the phone. So that kind of situation. Another example of that is a very well-to-do businessman who was a relative of ours, was really excited, had already packed his bags, had his passport ready, and was going to go to Brisbane to collect funds that he was going to receive from Nigeria, of all places. And, for a very well-to-do businessman to be able to be subject to that, it tells you about the people that we currently have. This may be different from country to country, but it feels as if there are those who are more vulnerable to it, and the need for education is critical. One last comment before you go. I think it's time for lunch. Anyway, so when we look at when you look at crimes in the Solomon Islands, a lot of the crimes that we have right now is related to mobile use. Even with sexual assaults and harassment, a lot of it, you'll be surprised by how many of it is using the technology to lure victims in. Whenever there's a crime of an older gentleman and a younger victim, almost always you will have that situation. And so protecting everybody is very, very key. At the same time, in terms of educating people so that we're able to be informed enough to make the right decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's amazing. Yeah, indeed. That's interesting cases. That we also had cases with 2 cases. Even some high officials, they're forgetting usually about some protection, and it was a case of one of the important attack happening in Ukraine that someone found a USB in a toilet. Someone left it and decided to check it, what is on the USB usually, and it was actually a virus, and a huge virus. So don't do it. But honestly, what is really common, but we are receiving, like many people receiving emails and messages like on Facebook messages or WhatsApp messages from their friends about voting for their kids on some competition. You need to click the link and go to vote for a kid. Don't do it again because you will be hacked probably. So there are lots of things to know, and it's great we can discuss and share all the cases between each other. And because we really need to go to lunch, but I have this a final comment from you to get like, what is, on your opinion, should be the collaboration in the Pacific Islands between all of you? Like, because here are the people from different islands, and you have the common issues. Is there any strategy for you that you can deal together and be resilient against the huge cyber threats, like from the state actors or non-state actors? Or if you don't have such strategy, is it like good to have a strategy to go to work all together, or it's better if each of the island will be working locally?
Yeah, I think in terms of that question is the answer for us would be, you'd have the general answers. There's partnership, working together, and so forth. But for me, I think one of the ideas that could be examined a little bit more would be something like taxing OTTs and getting them to, pay towards the country's regulatory regime. And through that, you'll be able to connect them to act a little bit faster whenever there's issues to do with breaches or cybersecurity threats, especially through their platforms. And that's perhaps a little known example that I would suggest. I know that countries in the North Pacific, I don't know if it's Palau or RMI, are looking in towards that, and I know that Europe is doing something like that as well. But that'll be one of the reasons why that idea should be something that should be looked at. And I think you can't achieve it without collectively getting Pacific Island countries to see that it is one of the things that we can do. Besides that, the common answer of working together, partnering together, making sure our regulations and implementations are on par, education, those are big blocks of ideas that are common ideas and that each of the country will have to adopt and implement at their own pace. As much as you would like some to be faster than others or some to pick up more, I think some of those little technical solutions would be very, very useful for countries like ours to consider.
Thank you. I think we have a break actually to also to talk about this issue and to think together because you have a lunch. So we want to take your time.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause in order to go to lunch. Thank you, Anna. So, some logistics. Lunch is downstairs, okay? We have 1 hour, so take your Fiji time. And then we are coming back here in order to split for the workshops. So, people from DCN will show you where the penthouses of different workshops are. So please come back, everyone here, in 1 hour in order to start the workshops on time. So network, eat, have a great time, and see you 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Sushil Kumar, and I come from the University of the South Pacific, wherein I am involved with the teaching, and we do prepare the contents for the teaching, and there are several online resources available. We need to be careful that we do not do any kind of like, if I can broadly call the cyber crime, the copyright and so on. We also, being a researcher, means we also do the research and we need to follow the ethical guidelines to collect the data. And then we do write the papers. This is where we need to follow those proper ethical guidelines. And at the same time, I do prepare the reports for the university on the research and so on. So it's very important that wherever from we get the data, we follow those ethical considerations. Thank you.
How challenging is to address to young audiences, to make them consume all this content, because we know that the attention nowadays, not only for young people, and only for us, just observe yourself while scrolling within the day, how focused you can be. I see from myself that it's so hard to be focused and also to consume like a large format of content, whatever this content. Anybody else who wants to share some thoughts, name, what are you doing, how difficult or how easy is to create content online, and what content you produce most of the time? Any volunteers? Help me. Help.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben. I'm from Solomon Island and I'm a journalist by profession. I've been in the media for 14 years and I'm an old school journalist, meaning I'm quite familiar with the print, but not digital. So this is a new thing for me, so I'm here to learn. And thank you, Marianne and team, for listening to our discussion in Sydney and bring this workshop here. Thank you very much.
For content creation between us. What I would like to do is I will provide you a framework of content, of digital content. We will see some examples. And after that, I would like you to share some perspectives and some case studies from your regions, from your islands, in order to help us all understand the context, which is very important. Hopefully, we will have the presentation very soon in order to start. Who else wants to introduce?
Thank you very much.
Dan.
My name is Tana Napekwa. I'm from Kiribati, and currently I've just finished with the work attachment at the Pacific Fusion Center. The reason why I'm here, at the Pacific Fusion Center, it's part of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat. And our part there, we collect and gather informations from the open source, regional context on security matters that well related to this workshop. So part of our work is we do product on any security matters, climate change, those under the Boy Declaration, as well as doing also pitches from the open source. And that's where we provide and help with the team to deliver to our Pacific leaders around the region. So I look forward to the workshop, because from that experiences at the Pacific Fusion Center, I will be able to provide my own digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. My name is Frank. I'm from Niue. For ease of creating some graphic that look professional, but you are not really professional, I use Canva and some of these templates to make it not really close, but some equivalent when you publish it online. Highly recommended. Thank you.
we will start soon with the presentation. My person is here dealing with that. Yeah, Mr. Susil.
Thank you. I wish to make one more comment. It's a comment on when you said that it's very important for the content consumption. If it comes to the research, if there are other researchers here, I think it is the biggest task because, for example, if being an active researcher, you are looking at the 10 journals, they will publish every month, and each one will publish at least 20, 30 papers. So you have got 200 papers to read every month. And the solution is that you keep the process continuous. Get the content, organize them, and then critically read those. It's not true for academics, it is true for all of us because there's a lot of information every day coming. For example, through the WhatsApp message you have sent the Cyber Security Budapest Convention. I looked at it now, it's 32 pages. And like I will plan it to read it today because tomorrow so many other things will come. So it is not something like you keep it for the next day and so on. Thank you.
Two key components, channels, which is one of the very important aspects because, okay, we create the content. First one is where we distribute it. And the second one is the target audience. How to find the right audience that they are interested for our content. This is, the struggle is real. You are always need to experiment a lot. Of course, you know that there are some channels that they are more friendly, for example, for academic papers or research papers, so you distribute there. But in order to reach as many people as possible, you need to expand and to experiment, to try as many things as possible. This is the spoiler alert. We will talk for this, but there is no a successful plan that fits and one size fits for all. You need to try and to experiment a lot with your content, with your distribution, and with your audience. Someone else? Yeah.
Hello, Alkada. My name is Harrison. I'm from Vanuatu. So I work for an organization that we support skills development in the country. And we sort of have like a Facebook page. We have YouTube. And so I think for me, coming here is to be able to listen to others and learn from what the experiences are as well. And for me, I think the way that we create content is trying to use the content that we produce to influence change, because we support areas of women economic empowerment, disability inclusion, and the content that we produce is more of like influencing, changing mindset and shifting mindsets toward these areas. Thank you.
For all the content creators, first of all is the process, and secondly is how we can exchange all these best practices. I would like to ask you, which do you think is the most popular social media network in your island? Facebook? For Cook Islands? For all islands? Facebook pages, Facebook groups, pages, and groups. How do you observe, is there an engagement, let's say? I mean, people liking the content or commenting also, sharing the content?
One thing I found in the Cook Islands is people are using social media to catch up on things that are happening. And for example, if there's a death in a family, people will post it on social media, and that's how people get to know that, you know, everyone goes to that family's home to pay their respect. So the community page is actually very much alive. And also we use social media to sell stuff. Like, for example, they have what's called the community page for anyone wanting to do a garage sale, or if they want to sell their car or whatever, you know. So it's a page that a lot of people have signed up to, so they see who's selling what when they need, and also the fact that when someone passes, and because not many people listen to the radio anymore, so social media, I mean Facebook page is where they get their news from. Thank you.
You also raised something very important, community. We see this transformation from the IRL communities to URL, I mean the online communities, this sense of belonging of a group with people that we share the same interests most of the time, which is also a very important component to have it always in mind whenever we create content. You want to add something?
Thank you so much. I just want to add on to what she said. And of course, apart from that, the government, every ministries and government sectors, they also update on the Facebook pages, as well as our leaders in the Pacific. They also, like one example is the Prime Minister from Fiji. He's very active on providing updates from the government side, which I follow most of the time, and the rest of the government, the rest of the Pacific leaders as well. So they use social media on Facebook for their campaigning and other stuffs.
Often that all these social media platforms are one more step, one more podium, let's say. It's the new public sphere, so it's important also to distribute, as we said, our message to as many channels as possible. We need...
Thank you. Just one thing I wanted to share. I think in Fiji we also have Facebook, but it's like also if you look at the age group as well. In Fiji, I would say most of this millennial, you'll see the students, they're not on Facebook. They're more this Instagram. So that's a trend that's happening is because I think the parents are now coming on Facebook. So the children, they're going on to Instagram. So they don't have a Facebook account, but they're on Instagram or Snapchat. So that's something that's happening in Fiji.
I think this is everywhere. There is a meme or a saying says that whenever the parents go to a platform, the kids are running away to the next platform in order to be alone. Do you want to say?
Hi everyone, I'm Helen from Papua New Guinea. So I'm online manager with Inside PNG. We're an online news company. So I spend most of my time on the back end of all our socials and our website, just monitoring the audience and engagement. So I do that to understand what our audience likes. And so from doing that, I have a clear picture of what kind of audience is on Facebook, what's on Instagram, or who's on Instagram, and LinkedIn, and our website. So some people don't like to read long articles, and that audience is mostly on Facebook. So our content on Facebook is usually short text and very sharp. And then we use website links on our Facebook page to drive traffic back to the website for people who like to read longer stuff. In Papua New Guinea, our young people are on Instagram. That's what I know now from research. So we upload all the content for young audiences on Instagram and TikTok. And based on the different age groups and audience on different platforms, our content is tailored for all those different audiences and different platforms.
Have the capacity, the energy, and all the time to change, let's say, the content and do it tailored for each platform is amazing. And we are really very interested to listen to you, to share more key insights from your stats. I already introduced myself, so I will start with some basic information about defining what is digital content. Apparently, it's any type of media that, as an organization, as a company, as a brand, we use. We lost it again. No. I found it. Now I understood how it works. We use digital content, this media format, in order to engage, in order to educate, or to convert our target audience. And of course, as you already noticed, the traditional media and also the traditional platforms that we had, they also experienced this digital transformation. So in order to be, the fact that the need to be online is more important than ever. I like to split, let's say, the digital content in two big categories, the written and the visual content. Written content is everything that includes actually text. In this category, we can find articles, we can find blogs, ebooks, reports, newsletters, research papers, and so on. Why? Some people, maybe they will say that the written content, the written format, is dead. Being a person who wrote a lot in Greek, I don't believe it. First, I truly believe in the power of words. And obviously there are a lot of benefits, like the SEO and organic traffic, meaning the use of all the keywords in order to rank high on Google research and all the other search machines. Of course, it's a very good format in order to drive this engagement and to have these conversions. Conversions means someone that follows the call to action that you give them. And of course, gives you this sense of leadership and authority because people can recognize you as experts. The visual content, from the other hand, is everything visual, meaning images, videos, graphics, animations, or any other visual element that help you convey your message. Of course, we know that it's something that is easily consumed, let's say, from our audience. It's more appealing. Everyone wants to watch a video or to see a meme or to see a photo. And visual content also works very well if you have a complex idea and you want to make it as simple as possible for your audience. Here I have some types of digital content. Our social media posts is content. I think that I do something, I'm not sure. Videos, blogs, newsletters, podcasts, infographics, user-generated content, meaning the content shared or distributed by your audience, live streaming, like the one that we do right now, chatbots, memes, GIFs, guides, ebooks, whatever you create in order to distribute your message as clearly as possible. What types of content mentioned or not mentioned, because there are more than 100 types, do you use? on your organization or on your social media accounts? Anybody who wants? Ben?
So I think for contents, we use both contents, both the visual and the other one. Yes, we have social media page. We have that's for visual, and newsletter. That's for print. Thank you.
So for us, we do have website and social media platforms where we post contents. On social media, we do kind of link like a written content. Sometimes it's pictures, sometimes it's videos, and for website it's normally written content, but sometimes we also input visuals like videos and photos. It's sometimes it's just one photo, and sometimes it's a plenty, but it depends on the content which we are posting.
Anybody else? So, why we use digital content and what we try to achieve through digital content? Digital content works most of the times in order to educate our audience, to entertain our audience, to persuade, to convince about an idea, and of course to convert. Convert is the action of, most of the times we have a call to action, as we say, for our audience. We want them to do something. This something maybe is to visit our website, or to apply for a program, or to sign for a petition or for something else. This call to action, if this person does it, this is the conversion. And most of the times we need this call to action because it's a metric, a very important metric in order to see if our campaign or our content is successful. All this, the last 3 minutes, we talk about content creation, which is very important, but most of the times is the last step, because we need to start from scratch. We need to start from the strategy. Here I have some things that it is important for us to consider, but also I would like to hear all of you. What are your key components that they are important whenever you design your strategy? First of all is, what are your goals? As I said before, every single piece of content needs to have a goal or a metric. Maybe it's donations, volunteering, traffic, website traffic, people that they will visit your website, applications for a program, signatures. This is important most of the times because the people that we create content and we know our organization, what we do, most of the times we take some things for granted. We think that our audience already knows them. And that's why sometimes we don't use the call to action, which is the simplest thing, to let them know what we want them to do. We take it for granted. That's why we need to explain what's the goal of the content, and also to have this clearly, the call to action, that we want them to do this, like visit our website, or check and apply here. Another very important component is the resources. The resources, as I mentioned, is not the skills only, it's not the budget, the softwares, the tools that we always use, but it's, first of all, the capacity of your team, and of course, all the access that we have for photos, for interviews, for the people that we want to highlight on our content. Most of the times, communication teams are very small. I don't know if you agree. Most of the times we have, let's say, limited capacity. That's why we are flexible to create a lot of things by ourselves, like to create, to design the strategy, to create the content. But also we need to keep in mind that we need these resources when we plan ahead. Very important, I mentioned again before, what is the target audience? It's very important first to understand our audience. Ideally, if we have the insights or the statics to create this, as we say, buyer personas. What is this? Buyer personas is, first of all, if you have statistics and demographics, let's say, from your audience, from your website, from your Facebook page, you can see who are the people that they follow you. Their age, their gender, their origin. And if you go deeper with statistics from a website, you will see also some interests that they have. And this is important because using these stats, you can create this buyer or audience personas. Like Mariana, she's 41 years old, she's from Greece, she works in an organization, and her interest is to go for vacation to Fiji. This gives you something in order to help you create the best message for Mariana and for other Marianas. And something that we mentioned again already, how we will share the content. First is to have this distribution also strategy and to choose the right channels, and also, as you mentioned, to create the content in the format and style of the specific channel. Because, for example, if you have a very important academic paper, a long format academic paper, which is amazing and very important, you cannot post it as it is on Instagram, for example. You can, but it will be very hard for people to consume it. In that case, it will be amazing to have a carousel post with some key takeaways in order for your audience to be able to get a sense and give them time and the link to go deeper by reading the whole paper. And of course, how far ahead you can plan. It's also a challenge, but it can help you a lot if you create a plan, for example, for the next year, to have some key milestones, to have your goals and the things that you for any reason you must post, and of course to start adding or deleting things while you do all the other things. Some tips and tricks. Of course, I will highlight the power of storytelling. I'm coming from a journalistic perspective. I truly believe that stories are the most powerful tool. People can relate, people can be emotional, people are more engaged by listening, watching, reading a story of a person. And this also helps you being more trustful and more impactful. How to create engaging stories? Because, for example, some organizations, if you are an NGO, you say, but we are, let's say, we use a formal tone of voice. How to use storytelling? Because most of the times we say that storytelling is for influencers, is for people that make another type of content. In this case, we can use our audience as heroes. If we highlight the people and the communities that we serve, and how the work that we do transform their lives. People love to read about other people that they have, they have this impact. Also, again, the data and the numbers, because if you combine numbers with stories of real people, these stories are super compelling. Of course, the visual format is super important in storytelling, meaning photos and videos, because if you share a number, for example, that 129 people were benefited from a campaign, let's say. Okay, 129 people, it's a huge number, it's impressive, but if I cannot see the faces, if I see a photo of 129 people in front of the beach, for example, being very happy of being supported, it's a totally different story. It's a totally different narration. And of course, it's very important to start contacting and communicating with your audience, with your community. You can share these stories, what we call user-generated content. How you can do that? You can just ask them. It's as simple as that. You can ask them to share their story, to share some things for them. Whenever I tried with something super simple, it's a very simple question and a very simple call to action, that we want you to send us something. People reply, they send this content, and most of the times this is the most powerful content that you have, because people need these real people stories. And of course, as soon as we set up our goals, we can go and continue with our content plan based on our goals. And why we need calendar? Most of the times I'm super messy as person. I cannot be super organized with calendars, but believe me, it works in order to keep you be consistent, to have also a plan, and not to miss anything, and of course not to be forced to create your content or to do all the things like last minute. Because as you probably know, to create content needs time, needs effort, needs inspiration. And I have some things about how to create effective content plan. You need to start with your annual goals of your organization in general. I will share also the presentation after, because I see that you take a lot of pictures. I will send it, and I need your help. Something is happening. I lost it. Who of you have a very specific content calendar and you are stick to it? Do you have?
Hello again. I'm Michelle from Papua New Guinea. Okay. The department I'm working with, Department of ICT, we have a website and we have social media pages as well. Now for Facebook, for content plan, we have a specific one that we consistently update. For example, like every Tuesday is specifically for cyber. So we call it Cyber Tuesdays. So we keep it like consistent all across. So every week we have different contents uploaded on Tuesday, and it's on cyber as part of our awareness plan.
Amazing. I have a similar example. I will show it. This helps a lot. If you allocate one day, dedicate one day for something, helps you navigate and be prepared before. No, I'm not good. Let me go back. Yeah. This is exactly the example. Plan around key events and dates. You can have some national awareness days, major campaigns, or a hashtag that you can create, like Giving Tuesday, as Michelle said about Cyber Tuesday. Also, it helps a lot if you create your own series, let's say, like impact stories. And you will plan and you will say that every Friday we will share an impact story. This helps you a lot in order to plan ahead and to know what you will need. And of course, it's important to balance the types, but also to play and to experiment with them. Like having text, long formats, visuals, videos, infographics, because until you do it and you try it, you will never know exactly what your audience wants. You need to try them all. Tips for smart content production. You can batch, as we say, content creation, like to dedicate specific days in order to create content in bulk. If you use, for example, a specific template, instead of creating only one post, you can create the posts for the whole month. Repurpose existing content. This is also very important. For example, you have a blog post, which is amazing on your website. It's what I mentioned before. This blog post could be a carousel post for Facebook or for Instagram with some key takeaways, not the whole text, but some key points that you want to highlight, with a call to action for them that if they want to learn more, they can visit your blog or your website. Again, user-generated content. You can encourage your audience to share stories, photos, and experiences. You can have a very regular and consistent, for example, a call to action to share, like every Monday, that they can send you some pictures, some videos or their experience, or even testimonials. And of course, be as close as possible with your community, with your audience, for volunteering, for helping you. People love to be part of the organizations that they love and the communities that they love, and they are inspired. So it's very important to ask them, is there a question or no? Do you want it to ask something? No? Okay. Again, an example, a small nonprofit could focus on posting a Mission Monday story every week, sharing a quick impact update or a success story. This could be video, this could be a single post with a photo and some testimonial or some words from this person. So depending on your capacity, your time, your resources, you can play and you can find your own pace. This is also important. In the beginning, we always overestimate our strengths, the things that we can do. People that we work on content creation and then communication, we are very, very creative people. We have a lot of ideas, with or without cover. But it's important for us to see what is feasible, because one idea maybe is amazing, but you need also to implement it correctly and with the quality that you want. So it's better to check your capacity, your resources, to plan ahead also, meaning to create content before you need it in order to be, let's say, ahead and not to have to run every single time to post what to post today. And yeah, to find a pace that works for you. There is no one size fits all. Every single team, every single organization or a small channel has different needs, different audiences, so it's important to find your pace. Speaking most of the times when I do workshops, people like, the most popular question is, what are the tools? What tools do you use? And it's popular, I also like tools to see what is working and what does not. But I truly believe that you don't want super expensive tools in order to create your content. There are a lot of either affordable or free tools that you can use. Most of them, they have also free versions, so you can start experimenting and trying them. And in case you think that this is the tool that it can help you, to go for a pro version, let's say. I have some recommended tools, and again, these are some things that I use and they helped me. But for you, it's whatever is easier and more helpful. For example, for graphic design, Canva is the most user-friendly, the most, I think, successful. A lot of people quit Adobe or other design tools. It was a huge revolution to be able to create and design things without having a graphic designer. The free plan works perfect. There is also an application form if you are an NGO, a non-profit, and you can apply in order to have the pro version for free. For video creation, the new thing that everyone loves is CapCut. There is also the Lumen 5, InShot for creating vertical videos and reels. For social media management, Buffer and Hootsuite offer some affordable options. Of course, there are also free scheduling tools. So you can use MetaSuite in order to schedule your posts on Facebook and on Instagram. LinkedIn X gives you also the opportunity to schedule your posts before. So you can start by having the free options in the beginning and to see what works for you. For content planning and collaboration, Trello, Asana, Airtable give you some templates, let's say. Notion also gives you a very good template of content calendar, especially if you need to share it with other people for approvals or for letting them know. How we can make the most of social media? We need to focus on the right platforms. In the beginning, we all have FOMO, something new is is appearing, and we are like, we need to be there, we need to create. And after that, you see that, first of all, you don't have to be everywhere, right? I know it's this digital hustle that we have, that we need to be there and there and there, and to have accounts everywhere. But we don't. If we see that our audience is active in 2 very specific platforms regarding or depending their age, it's totally fine to be only to these 2 platforms. Also, what helps, what we have seen that helps, is to having this relationship and to create the relationships with micro-influencers. The influencer thing, it's also huge, a very huge discussion, that we don't have the time to do it now. We have seen that people, the influencers went high, they had 1 million, 10 million followers, but eventually people cannot relate with them. It's like watching TV, like watching whatever content, but you cannot have this trustworthy relationship. And that's why from now on we will see these micro-influencers, nano-influencers, that they have a very specific niche, as we say, a very specific interest. Why? Because people from now on, they will trust more someone who has like 5,000 followers, let's say, or even 1,000 followers, but does something that he loves a lot, and he's very dedicated, and he can inspire us in their cause. And of course, again, we need to play a lot. We need to experiment, to use every single feature of our social media, the social media that we will think that these are the ones that we will use, like stories, live videos, Facebook groups, as we mentioned before, the communities. Facebook groups, for example, is an amazing tool in order to create this community, how to say it, mindset. Instagram channels, polls, and all these help us to increase this engagement, and also, of course, to help us to create content easily, like on stories with a lot of features like the poll, like the countdown. We can create easily content that is more engaging. The other big issue is how to measure the effectiveness, how we can see if something that we post online is successful or not. I have here some metrics that most of us, we track, and we think that they are important, like the engagement rate. Engagement rate is all the likes, comments, shares, and clicks that show us that people like our content and they are willing to share. For example, I read recently that Instagram changed the algorithm again, and now the likes, for example, do not count a lot, but it counts if a lot of people save your post, because this means that the people want to save it in order to check it again, that they find value on that. Conversion rate, again, is something when we have a very specific call to action. For example, whenever we have a program like this, we have an open call for applications. So the people who applied for this call is this conversion rate, how many people click on this link in order to apply. Traffic sources for social media, for email, for organic search, and content performance over time. Another thing that the communications manager do is we post, we check after a while how it's going, and after that we forget about that. It's good, let's say, at the end of a year or at the end of the period that you will allocate it, to go again back and to see which content performs still now. Because, for example, you will see that a very old video that you posted like 3 months or 6 months or even a year ago still performs or has many views, which is important. How to act on your data, the so-called A/B testing, meaning that you can post the same thing, the same piece of content, but with a different headline, to change a little bit the image, to change the format. This helps you, if you have the luxury of the time and the capacity, to check what works better. For example, a very strong headline may maybe work for your audience or maybe not, or a strong photo. You need to play and to experiment. Reviews, again, monthly, once per 3 months, it depends on your plan, to go back to see what worked and what you need to adjust. The good thing also, very amazing thing with social media and with digital content is that it's not forever. I mean that you can start in January by having an idea. For this series that I mentioned before, you can see how it goes, but if you see like it is September and this does not work, you can adjust. You can do something completely different. So you have the luxury, let's say, to experiment even more. And of course, numbers are always saying the truth, but we need the real people as well. Again, you can ask your audience directly for feedback. Maybe you will be surprised of the things that you will receive as answers. Maybe they will find something super useful that you never thought about it, or something that you think that it works and it doesn't work at all because you did not notice it. So now I have for you a challenge. Are you ready to do it? I want you to split in, we are a lot, in 6, in 10, in groups of 10 people. I have some topics based on the topics that we will discuss these 2 days: climate change, disinformation, media literacy, digital activism, and tourism. I will go to the next slide to explain you what we will need to do, and I will be back to the topics. You need to choose, first of all, I need you to split in groups of 10 people. Then you need to choose one of these topics, and I want you to create a piece of content, whatever it will be. Photo, short video, text, article, I don't know. Pretending that it's the awareness day of this topic. Meaning, oh, sorry. Sorry. It is the awareness day of climate change. It is the awareness day, disinformation day. It will be the media literacy day, for Urut especially. Digital activism day, or tourism for Pacific Islands. Yes, Elisa? Okay. So you need to choose one of these topics and to prepare a piece of content, something easy, dedicated for this awareness day. Have in mind the target audience, the message, the call to action that you want them to do, the format also, the format you will present it, and the platform. I will do now the manual thing. I will take photos and I will post them on the WhatsApp group in order to help you more. Meanwhile, you can split in 10 groups of 10. Elisa, let me give you the microphone.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to make one observation and food for thought around content a little bit outside of this. It's something that from a foundation perspective or a lot of foundations might need to consider. If you're gathering content from your communities and you're gathering testimonials, you need to consider your consent. Photo consent and verbal consent. Because if you are posting a story of somebody and you're putting it on the media and perhaps their situation has changed or they don't realise their details are going to be out there, or their name or their age, or you might be exposing children, depending on who you're working with, you need to ensure you have the proper content approvals. So we come across it all the time. Here, things like this, we all are adults and you know when you're entering these kind of events, they'll take photos of you. And generally it's an opt-out kind of experience. But when internally, perfect. If you're using external, please be really considerate of how you're going to maintain integrity. And it doesn't, it's one of those things we have to try and remind people about having that. How long you can keep photos for. Children are different and how you get consent with children and those statements. So I just wanted to kind of bring it to your forefront and something to think about how you're doing that within your organisations, with your communities.
Very important, and thank you for highlighting this, especially when we need to let them know that we will use them in public because we need to have their consent. Now, time for the groups. Please create your groups of 10 people as you see it, if you want to go somewhere else, please do it. I see one group here. You need to choose one topic. I posted the topics on the group, and to create a piece of content for an awareness day. Ideally, you have 10 minutes in order to allocate 10 minutes to discuss and have after the coffee break. So keep in mind that we will have 10 minutes. You have 5 more minutes. Ready? Are you ready? Ah. Just a couple of minutes to wrap up and to be able to share what you thought about. Good? Ready? Is there any group who is already ready to present, to share? I see this group there, right? You can come here. I think, do you want? Okay, perfect.
All right, so our group, predominantly PNG, Solomons, and Vanuatu. The topic we chose is an awareness in climate change. And our target audience is just the public, ideally the ages that can access social media. And we hope that it would reach policymakers and people who can make decisions in the government. And the message or the call to action is simply the impact of climate change. And the format we chose is just a single social media post that would go on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and it's just text-based. And then we just write up the impact of climate change, a wake-up call. Climate change isn't a real threat, it's happening now. From rising temperatures to more frequent extreme weather events like wildfires, flood, hurricanes, our planet is facing unprecedented challenges. If we don't act, future generations will bear the cost. Every simple or small steps count. Reduce waste, conserve energy, and support sustainable practices. It's time to take responsibility for the planet we call home. Let's make a change before it's too late. With the hashtags climate change, sustainability, save our planet, and act now. And how we will be able to measure this post is through traffic insights such as reactions, share, follow, engagement metrics, reach metrics, and all the metrics that social media platforms can give us. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. A round of applause. Yeah. I guess that we will have a lot of climate change campaigns. This is my guess. Do you want to present? You can come both of you. I can help you with the microphone.
Okay, for our group, we decided to talk about and tackle the issue of disinformation. We are looking at a target audience of people belonging to the 40 to 60 age group because we noted that young ones tend to be more savvy when it comes to detecting it, particularly those belonging to rural areas with no formal education for small island nations. And the format that we take would be areas where they already belong to, noting that Viber communities and Facebook would be those platforms, Facebook being the ones that we picked for our exercise. And I guess a simple post. The message or call to action that we decided to put out would be to remind them to check for this information on this particular awareness day. And the content we put together takes on the form of SHORE, S-H-O-R-E, because it's relevant to everyone, something relatable to everyone, which is simply to check on the source, to assess the headlines, to look at the origin of the news, to look at the references that are provided, and the evidence that supports the post that was put out. And so you can elaborate on it a bit more, but that would be our messaging and call to action.
Next group, do you want to present, to share some thoughts? Ben, I see you determined. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Our group discussed, and the platform we identify is LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook. Our goal, the goal of our content is to promote community resilience using traditional knowledge, and that is climate change, impact of climate change. Audience, everyone, policymakers, elders, youths, women, and children. Our content will be both visual and text. Our text wording on our text will be like, traditional knowledge can serve us in the next 10 years. Short, simple, and with photos. Or somebody. And our call for action is for the government to support mitigation and adaptation plans using traditional knowledge. Thank you.
Next group who will present. The floor is
Thank you. Bula, we have also chosen climate change, and I think my group is just have an eye on your WhatsApp. We'll be sending the post to your WhatsApp for you to see what's there. But what we have proposed that we'll be using Facebook and Insta for our ad. Okay, sorry. The writing that we had, there's a flyer that was created. Okay, so if you see your WhatsApp, it should be there, right? So that's the flyer that we'll be posting with the writing on Climate Change Awareness Day. So let's recognize the urgent threat of rising sea level and the impact on vulnerable island nations. Climate change demands global action to reduce emissions, protect communities, and build a sustainable future. Together we can make a difference. Act now for our planet. Hashtag climate change, hashtag save our planet. So this is a public post, okay? This is for, I think not primarily for people, not the Pacific, for people outside who are making the bigger mistake, and we have to suffer because of that. Right, so that is the change that we want, and our group is also, has proposed if we can have a climate change day for the Pacific, where we can have one day holiday and try and do something to save our climate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And the last group, who wants to present? The last but not least group before the coffee break. Yeah.
Talofa, Aselu, our group, we also chose climate change. Yeah, I know it's a pressing issue in the Pacific, so that's why we chose climate change. So for the awareness, is our target age group is 30 to 60. Our message is challenging Australia to stand with the Pacific and reduce their carbon emission. Because I know everyone knows that at the moment Australia is opening new coal mines at the moment, and with this coal mine, it's it will be affecting us in the islands, and especially the small low-lying islands. For the video, call to action. Pacific representative, so each one of us from Fiji, Niue, Tuvalu, and other Pacific Islanders will have each message to portray to the Australian politician leaders. Using platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikToks, and our measures are petition clicks, likes and shares, and action from. So yeah, that's us. Thank you.
It was amazing. Thank you so much for being so creative, for creating content already, messages. You're an amazing group. Now we will have, you deserve this coffee break. And let's continue all these discussions in between the sessions, during the breaks, after the event, because it's more than important to create the most impactful content in order to have this united digital voice for Pacific Islands. Thank you so much for attending the workshop. Thank you.
Okay, why we call futures? Because we don't have just one future. We work as a foresight practitioners and futurists, we work with multiple futures. We have the futures that we are working towards, and we said that this is the future that we need to go, the pleasurable future, the future that we are going to build. There are futures that are utopian or dystopian futures. So the thing that we need to understand, and we use different tools to understand, is where we are now, what holding us back from the past, and what is our ideal image of the future. So with this tool, we are going to create different teams. I already see 3, 1, 2, 3, and I want 3 volunteers to help me work with AI in order to keep the best notes that we can have. So I want 3 volunteers. Can I see hands? Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I can give. I can pay for drinks for the volunteers. This is what can I do? Okay. So we have 1, 2, 1 more from here. Come on, guys. It cannot be from here. I can move 1 from here there. So I want 1 more. So the volunteers, do you have phones? Great. Do they have a recording on the phones? Great. So because we need to record. And Mariana, shall we share the... So we are going to give you A4 papers. In these A4 papers, you are going to design a triangle. So simple. Just a triangle, okay? And in this triangle, I want you to discuss all together, and my volunteer is going to record the conversation, okay? So we need to have group discussions. Feel free to make groups that are not just from the same island or from the same team or from the same group or just friends, to have multiple voices, because we need to create a multiple voice and in order to create a unified voice. So one thing that I want you to do is to design the triangle, and in the bottom of the triangle, I want you to write about all the things from the past that holds you back, okay? So in the center, here that we say plausible future, I want you to write Pacific Islands unified voice, okay? So what we want to go to a unified voice. So this is our target. In this, tell me. No. all of them together. If you are too many in one group, a discussion group, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? But I want one volunteer on each group in order to record the conversation. Is that possible? Can we do it? Can we do it? Super. So, Mariana will give you markers on each team and post-its and different stationery. Feel free to use whatever, the curtains, right, or whatever. So, let me explain again, and I will be around in order to facilitate the whole thing, because I know that working for first time with multiple futures sound a bit frustrating. So, in the center of the triangle, we write Pacific Unified Voice. Okay. In the bottom of the triangle, we want to collect all the problems, all the things that are from the past that keep us, that they are a problem. For example, belief systems, worldviews, obstacles of change, different stuff from the past that are not helping. Okay, there are many things in the past that they are helping us, but we want, in the bottom of the triangle, to understand and write down what held us back from the past. In the left side, in the right side of the triangle, I want the push of the present. What now, in the present, pushes us forward? It can be a new generation. It can be a new policy. It can be new ideas. It can be a group. It can be whatever now pushes us forward. Okay? So we have weights of the past, what holding us back, pushes of the present, what now pushes us forward, and of course, on the other side, the pull of the future. I want to the ideal future for a unified voice in the Pacific. What is your ideal future? Okay, so we have weights of the past, pushes of the present, what now pushes us forward, and of course, pull of the future. Can I see the teams? You can change the chairs, you can create round tables, you can sit in the floor, in the ceiling, whatever you like, in order to start discussions around this triangle, okay? I want to see discussions around this triangle. And on each team, I want one that can record the conversation with the phone. Just do an audio recording with the phone. Why I want to do that? Because after the brainstorming, we are going to take all these recordings, we will give them to an AI, and we will get a full review of all the discussions, okay? Because if you write it on a post-it, or if you discuss it all together, we maybe miss something. But we don't want to miss something with the current technology. We want to do it correctly. I already see a really good circle. You are from the islands, you know how to do a circle. I really like it. Super. Feel free to create this kind of circles. Feel free. Great. If you don't have decide on which circle you want to sit, there are ready-mades on each side, so you can join another circle, okay? Or create a new one, a smaller one, whatever. And Mariana has every stationery around. She brings stationery all over the world, so ask her for markers, for post-its. Is everybody in a circle? Mm-hmm. Is everybody in a circle? Super. So, can I have the name of the one that will record the conversation on this circle? It will be my reporter. Do we have someone that can record with the phone? A charged phone, I can give you battery and whatever. Just open the recording. Tell me your name.
Richard.
So, I have Richard that will do the recording here. Great. Richard, I will find you after. So, do we have someone that will do the recording here? Yes. Tell me your name. Ulafala, okay. And you find Dimitris Russian, okay. And the guy is Ulafala, okay. So, you will do the recording. We have one that will do the recording here. A voice recording, yes. Just a voice recording.
Ramo.
Okay, great. Do we have someone that will do recording? Tell me your name. Bree. Easy. Super. Okay. The name of the recording.
Azhar.
Great. Here? You will do the recording? Yeah. Great. So, start discussing 3 things, okay? In the bottom of the triangle, we have the weights of the past. What the things that keep us down in terms of belief systems, traditions, worldviews, obstacles that we have as regards the past, okay? Maybe it's just lack of infrastructure or whatever, what holding us back in the past. What now pushes us forward? Okay, maybe it's a current process, it's the change of the economy, it's technology, it can be the environment, it can be a new culture, okay? And then the pull of the future. Images of the future, dreams, plans, the ideal image of the future. How we imagine a unified voice in the Pacific, okay? We have like 30 minutes, start discussing, write it into post-its in order to collect it, and don't forget to record the discussion, okay? If we don't have a recording, we don't have enough data. And if you don't have enough data, we cannot do the report. And I need to do my job, okay? So do the recording, start the discussion. Thank you very much. And before the discussion, a huge round of applause to you that you are here, and it's like 4:15 and you are still here. Come on, come on. how things are going. Do we have vibrant discussions? So, I will start from this circle. I need a volunteer to tell me some weights of the past. So, weights of the past.
Infrastructure and connectivity issues. Okay, so from our group, we have infrastructure and connectivity issues, cost, that is financial support, digital literacy, digital inclusion, that is PWDs, gender, urban and rural, culture, language and indigenous belief issues, lack of experts and trainings, and lack of policies.
Push for the present?
Push for the present is support from the government, support from donor agencies and NGOs and collaboration, initiatives from organizations and local researchers, awareness and targeted interventions, and policy drafting in place.
And the ideal of the future?
Implemented policies, improved infrastructure, better financial support with transparency and accountability, digital inclusion for all, better targeted interventions, and as we say in Fiji, the Bilimbili approach.
The Billy approach. So, a huge round of applause. Who is going to read from this team? Oh, still writing. Okay, I will come back. We have already? Everyone says it's good. No, it's here. Okay.
Okay, so most of it that we identified, I believe Dr. Pritika has highlighted in terms of digital. So what's not there, we have talked a bit about from the past.
Stood up and smiled to the camera also.
Sorry. Okay, so one of the things that we have come up with for the past is misinformation. You know how in the past there were only very limited newspapers, things like that were used, and people used to rely on one specific form of information whatsoever, and how it shaped how we perceived things or how we saw things of the past. And in present, we have access to resources, technology now, and the two sides of every, the pros and cons of it and how people perceive information. So that's what's happening. And then for the future, in terms of the bits and pieces that we talked about in terms of infrastructure, digital literacy, how things are divided when we talk about digitization, to have sort of a coherent, unified regionalism for the Pacific, where there's sort of like a unified voice, information sharing, having access to data and information, so that not just one or two specific countries, but the entire Pacific as a whole is sort of, on one boat.
Oh, keep it, I will come back for that. I didn't hear the applause. Hey. From this team, you did a very nice sketch. So, your name, the camera, and stuff.
Good afternoon, everybody. So for this group here, so for our triangle, some weights of the past, we believe are a large population of digital illiteracy. Other things such as reluctance to change, the fact that maybe a lot of remoteness. I guess a lot of these islands are sort of remote. People living there are also living in remote parts, and groups are sort of scattered, and they don't have the resources to teach communities how to to be digitally literate. Cultural differences, lack of leadership, and I don't want to say the C word, but a little bit of corruption sometimes. It's a little bit, somewhat. For the push of the present, we've got two right now, which is we believe in some spaces there is a continuous improvement in terms of technology. And some countries are starting to share information on digital transformation and digital governance, which we have saw in the presentation this morning. which we believe is a good push to moving to that Pacific Unified Voice. And for the pool of the future, we've got a couple of them. Infrastructure for all, language accessibility, infrastructure for every island, I think, infrastructure for development, rural communities, improvement, logistical infrastructure and supply chains, ICT infrastructure, government legislation that promotes security and rights, digital economy strategies, a digitally aware population in terms of how to use tech and how to critically think around using those systems. And in terms of digital literacy, the group has listed a couple of components under that, such as cyber awareness and website safety and online safety, banking, fraud and scams, how to use technology, critical thinking skills, marketing and advertising, digital expression and cultural representation, and climate and other advocacy. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. You forget the Billy approach, but it's okay. So, are you ready or you're still writing? Still writing, okay, I will be back.
So, to the camera, right?
To the camera, yes.
All right, so so currently we kind of went to the past, then we went to the future, and then we saw a lot of things which kind of had a weight to the past. All right, so the push for Pacific Island is survival. On a global level, we are pushed to survive in the digital age. I don't know why, but it seems that we are learning as fast as we can and looking for ways to integrate these digital things into our lives. And then we're trying to meet those things with the current ways of our living. And also some of the ways that we do live. So again, push from the past, efficiency of work. We want to utilize our people, minimal resources in the region, within each country and its inhabitants, to better utilize what we have and what we don't have. And then the last one is being inclusive. We want to be heard, and we want to be felt that we are important and have a voice in this world. So I think those are the push elements, and these are all facilitated through projects, assignments, events that have digital elements. The pool is technology for long life. We strive to look for ways of digital, traditional, but the main goal is how do we live longer, express our feelings, and share our moments with our families, utilizing digital. And I think we've seen this with Facebook, social media, YouTube, and all these other technologies. While we're still with the pool of the future, we want to have comfortable lives. We want to be able to no longer carry a very heavy sack of taro or sack of papaya down the road. So we invest in EVs. And each EV has technology that is central to communication and other elements. Also in the health sector, we're also looking at ways to influence medicine, finding new ways, maybe through AI, to find better solutions that are cost effective and more human attainable. For the Pacific, we look at the value and we look at the cost. If it's cheap, we will buy. If it's convenient, we will also get it. And then the final pool is security of information. As communal as we are, information has been part of our lives, and getting the right information is important to our survival. So things like disinformation, misinformation, mismanagement of information, and information system that need to be trusted are some of the pool of the future. And then the weight of the past, our digital
inabilities to sustain ourselves. I think digital literacy is a present word. It changes based on technology and based on developments. So it's a word that sits in the present, and I think lifelong learning is usually one of the things that is coined in this area. And then our traditional values and views, how we can maintain, sustain, and keep up with time are some of the things that wait on our past.
Hey, thank you very, very much. Are you ready?
Thank you. Okay, for our team, we've discussed a lot, especially with the push, pull, and the weight, and we also come from different countries. So the push, pull, weight is different, but I have summarized what we have discussed. So we've looked at the weight of the past, especially the obstacles, and then we look at the push of the present and the pull for the future. So in the past, there's lack of infrastructure and also lack of policy and legislations. We have government instability, lack of expertise in specialized areas, of course, lack of technology, lack of human resource, and I think there's also lack of understanding from our leaders, especially the member of the parliament, in passing the laws. So it tracks a lot of developments in terms of policies and legislation developments. Push of the present. Some of the countries, we do have decentralization policy for the government. So it drives a lot of services to the remote islands. And also it allows developments in terms of telecommunications. We have rollout of fiber connectivity, mobile upgrade from 2G to 4G. We have internet connectivity or community networks through VSAT and Starlink, and also there's uptake on the internet penetration. And also we have universal access policy that drives all these developments in terms of telecommunications. For the pool for the future, some of us, or the government is looking to expand the submarine cable, especially for the domestic cable to connect some main islands. And also, some of the countries would like to have a redundant link, especially to connect to the internet globally. And development of universal service for the citizens to access government services. Digital transformation, digital literacy, awareness, and mainly collaboration and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Don't be shy. We have one last team.
Thank you. Ours has been shared in the group. If you can have a look while I point them out. Okay, for the weight of the past, we have lack of infrastructure, lack of expertise, culture and traditional beliefs, excess of information, emerging technology and difficulties of access to tools. We have social norms, mental health, geopolitical influence by bigger powers. And for the push of the present, we have the COVID-19 forcing the world to digital platforms. We have creating laws and regulations for AI uses, globalization, and technological advancements, and including global trends. That's for the push of the present. And for the pull of the future, we have COVID-19 forcing the world to digital platforms, which is the same as the push. And more productivity, collaboration, user knowledge, and the Pacific Way and development, and including engaging regional organizations. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause. Now we have one last thing. I want another round for all of you, and feel it. Come on. Great. And we are going to take a picture, but I don't want to be inside. So we are going downstairs to the trees in order to get a great family picture. So we have two logistics. One is that at 7, Alisa, 7? 7. At 7 here, we are going to have a dinner. So all of you, again, in like 2 hours here for dinner. This is the first. And we can start going outside. We are going to have a picture just around the corner, okay? Don't be lost around. We need you all in the picture, okay? So let's go downstairs. Thank you very much, and see you at the dinner.